At the end of the 19th century, the IPUs declared itself in favor of outlawing any form of aggressive warfare and in favor of peace and democracy. The IPUs is the first political multilateral organization to deal with relations between the peoples of the world. Terrorism has always been on the agenda of parliamentarians, and more concretely so since its 23rd conference in Washington, D.C. in 1925, when the group paid special attention to the exceptional gravity of acts of terrorism. The role of parliaments and parliamentarians is crucial to every condition that leads to violent extremism, as they can intervene at every stage thanks to their lawmaking, policy setting, budget allocation, oversight and information sharing functions. Parliamentarians are at the forefront of prevention as they are the representatives of the people. In the past 2 decades, the IPUs has adopted 12 resolutions, all of them highlighting the role of parliaments in supporting international resolutions. Based on the 243 operative paragraphs formulated in these resolutions, the IPUs and the United Nations have worked together to address the implementation gaps between UN resolutions and national legislations. At the 137th IPU Assembly in St. Petersburg, the IPU High-Level Advisory Group on Countering Terrorism and Violent Extremism, HLAG, was established with a mandate to serve as the global parliamentary focal point for counter-terrorism-related parliamentary activities. The group guides the work of the IPU program on countering terrorism and prevention of violent extremism, which will support the work of parliamentarians at the national, regional, and international levels. It aims to facilitate the transposition of international resolutions and decisions into domestic legislation, promote regional parliamentary cooperation, and decide different activities. The group has since held 14 meetings, composed of 23 members equitably represented by the geopolitical groups of the IPU and with gender balance. In April 2019, the IPU, UNODC and UNOCT signed a joint program on counter-terrorism and violent extremism, which ended in June 2021. The joint program supported national, regional, and international work. It aimed to facilitate the transposition of international resolutions and decisions into domestic legislation and promote regional parliamentary cooperation. The victims of terrorism have always been one of the main objectives within the IPU Countering Terrorism and Prevention of Violent Extremism program. We always highlighted the need to support, protect, and defend their rights and their important role in counter-terrorism and the prevention of violent extremism. The model legislative provision for victims of terrorism was one of the activities jointly developed with the UNODC and UNOCT to help countries that do not yet have legislation, or to improve existing legislation in recognizing the rights and needs of victims of terrorism. These model provisions were launched at the first Global Parliamentary Summit on Counter-Terrorism in September 2021. The first Global Parliamentary Summit on Countering Terrorism was held in Vienna in September 2021. The summit is a one-of-a-kind event which takes place every 2 years, where parliamentarians, experts from around the world, and members of civil society come together to identify and propose sustainable solutions to global efforts on countering terrorism and preventing violent extremism and focus on the benefit of the communities. At the end of this first summit, a joint declaration titled Call of the Sahel was adopted. After the Call of the Sahel was adopted, a plan of action was developed. The plan foresaw a series of 5 thematic meetings, which collectively respond to the Sahel's various challenges in 5 key areas: environment, community, security, education, and development. The meetings considered each area through the lens of human, state and regional concerns. The participation was extensive, involving parliamentarians, regional parliamentarian assemblies, UN agencies in each area, international organizations, the World Bank, the Institute for Economics and Peace, academia, NGOs, community leaders, religious figures, youth, and women. The ultimate goal of the 5 meetings was to generate recommendations for each area. All these will be translated as a roadmap, titled the Global Response to the Call of the Sahel, which will be presented at the 2nd Global Parliamentary Summit on Counter-Terrorism in 2023, to be held in Angola in October 2023. The Global Response prioritizes countries' needs by focusing on youth, girls, and women's empowerment. Development is identified as the solution to the region's challenges, accompanied by security measures and good governance. At the end of the 19th century, the IPUs declared itself in favor of outlawing any form of aggressive warfare and in favor of peace and democracy. The IPUs is the first political multilateral organization to deal with relations between the peoples of the world. Terrorism has always been on the agenda of parliamentarians, and more concretely so since its 23rd conference in Washington, D.C. in 1925, when the group paid special attention to the exceptional gravity of acts of terrorism. The role of parliaments and parliamentarians is crucial to every condition that leads to violent extremism, as they can intervene at every stage thanks to their lawmaking, policy setting, budget allocation, oversight and information sharing functions. Parliamentarians are at the forefront of prevention, as they are the representatives of the people. In the past 2 decades, the IPUs has adopted 12 resolutions, all of them highlighting the role of parliaments in supporting international resolutions. Based on the 243 operative paragraphs formulated in these resolutions, the IPUs and the United Nations have worked together to address the implementation gaps between UN resolutions and national legislations. At the 137th IPU Assembly in St. Petersburg, the IPU High-Level Advisory Group on Countering Terrorism and Violent Extremism, HLAG, was established with a mandate to serve as the global parliamentary focal point for counter-terrorism-related parliamentary activities. The group guides the work of the IPU program on countering terrorism and prevention of violent extremism, which will support the work of parliamentarians at the national, regional, and international levels. It aims to facilitate the transposition of international resolutions and decisions into domestic legislation, promote regional parliamentary cooperation, and decide different activities. The group has since held 14 meetings, composed of 23 members equitably represented by the geopolitical groups of the IPU and with gender balance. In April 2019, the IPU, UNODC and UNOCT signed a joint program on counter-terrorism and violent extremism, which ended in June 2021. The joint program supported national, regional, and international work. It aimed to facilitate the transposition of international resolutions and decisions into domestic legislation and promote regional parliamentary cooperation. The victims of terrorism have always been one of the main objectives within the IPU Countering Terrorism and Prevention of Violent Extremism program. We always highlighted the need to support, protect, and defend their rights and their important role in counter-terrorism and the prevention of violent extremism. The model legislative provision for victims of terrorism was one of the activities jointly developed with the UNODC and UNOCT to help countries that do not yet have legislation, or to improve existing legislation in recognizing the rights and needs of victims of terrorism. These model provisions were launched at the first Global Parliamentary Summit on Counter-Terrorism in September 2021. The first Global Parliamentary Summit on Countering Terrorism was held in Vienna in September 2021. The summit is a one-of-a-kind event which takes place every 2 years, where parliamentarians, experts from around the world, and members of civil society come together to identify and propose sustainable solutions to global efforts on countering terrorism and preventing violent extremism and focus on the benefit of the communities. At the end of this first summit, a joint declaration titled Call of the Sahel was adopted. After the Call of the Sahel was adopted, a plan of action was developed. The plan foresaw a series of 5 thematic meetings, which collectively respond to the Sahel's various challenges in 5 key areas: environment, community, security, education, and development. The meetings considered each area through the lens of human, state and regional concerns. The participation was extensive, involving parliamentarians, regional parliamentarian assemblies, UN agencies in each area, international organizations, the World Bank, the Institute for Economics and Peace, academia, NGOs, community leaders, religious figures, youth, and women. The ultimate goal of the 5 meetings was to generate recommendations for each area. All these will be translated as a roadmap, titled The Global Response to the Call of the Sahel, which will be presented at the 2nd Global Parliamentary Summit on Counter-Terrorism in 2023, to be held in Angola in October 2023. The global response prioritizes countries' needs by focusing on youth, girls, and women's empowerment. Development is identified as the solution to the region's challenges, accompanied by security measures and good governance.
فين Thank you, Laurence. Thank you.
Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming for the second Global Summit for Countering Terrorism. As might all of you know, that the first summit was held by the generous host of Vienna, Austria, in June 2021. And in that summit, there was a discussion about the whole program about countering terrorism and violent extremism in the IPU. In that summit, the Edgelag was led by Mr. Lupatka, the honorable member of Austria, who successfully made this, and he took the matter of Africa seriously. Ladies and gentlemen, the problem is that we feel that no one cares about Africa. And it was the first time that with Austria, when they came with us to Niger in 2019, we discovered this reality. When we look about terrorism, we only focus about the places that it's very interesting for us to look at, the Middle East and Europe. Africa was not there on the agenda. We always say that we want to help Africa, but the results, you can look at Africa now. We always say that we are putting money, and there is a huge investments in the International Organization for Africa, but you can look at the results now. Even it's very sad, even in this era of the conflicts, where you have a war between the East and West, North and South. I don't want to name names, but we all know the wars. When we see problems in Syria, Iraq, in every place. So you look at the Sahel, it's buried under conflicts. And then this time, we would like to focus on the Sahel countries. I would like to start by thanking Vienna to host the first summit. And I would like to thank also our host, Angola, for the second summit. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start opening the session by the Honorable President of the IPU, Mr. Duarte Pacheco, who had never left a chance for us. He was always calling for the work, for the support of countering terrorism. So please, President Duarte Pacheco, we are honored to have you. Please.
Dear colleagues, Mr. Speaker, Secretary General, Madam Chairperson of the High-Level Advisors Group Counter-Terrorism and Violent Extremism, it's a pleasure to be with you, all parliamentarians and other colleagues from United Nations organizations, also the UN Counter-Terrorism present. It is our second summit. The first one happened some years ago, and after our discussion, we concluded that it was essential to launch the Call to Sahel campaign. Now, we are here to a second meeting, second summit. Unfortunately, the terrorism did not disappear. It is growing in many parts of our world. In Europe, in the Middle East, in Africa, in Asia, we may find cases of terrorism. We call terrorism because when I'm talking about attacks against civilian people that don't have possibility to defend themselves. And this capacity of introduce insurance in one country, in one economy, will affect all the economy and the future of this country. In some countries also, they control part of the territory. In Syria or in Iraq, it was difficult to win the war against the Islamic State, as they call themselves. Now in Sahel, the government tried to control, some governments try to control the territory, but it is not easy. In Mozambique, in Cabo Delgado, we have the same problem. The authorities try to control their own country, but it is not easy. And so we need to come back to study why we are not winning the war against terrorism, the causes of terrorism. And people will be available to join this kind of campaigns when they lost hope. If someone young is from a new generation think that we will never have a future where they are because they don't find a job, they don't identify a future for him with education or with health systems working. If they don't find that it is possible to have a capacity to build a family, they don't have nothing to lose. And when it happens, their minds are available to adopt some radical ideas. We needed to fight it since the beginning. Beginning means education, the speech of tolerance, the speech of respect. Education try to avoid the speech of hate against the others that can have different ideas, but where is possible to live together. And finally, with economic stability, economic growth, that can give the possibility to the people to build family, to have a future in their own country. This way, we will give hope to the people that are fighting for a future and they are not identified. Here in Sahel, we need again to repeat the call. We did it. But people are also tired of words. People are asking for action. And action means to support the governments, to build the trust situation they need to have investment, to have good governance, and to have good environment to the economy, and this way to give opportunity to their citizens. And to help these governments, we need to talk with them, to define common strategies, because we are talking always about independent countries, and it is not impossible to impose or to interfere in internal issues. But in cooperation, it is possible, and this should be the role of the international organizations. And finally, if we do it, it will be possible to fight terrorism. One last word. Of course, we are talking about groups of terrorists, but we need also to identify that if someone acts against the international law, it could be identified also and need to be condemned also as a terrorist behavior. And we need to be aware of that, because international law is something that needs to be respected always, everywhere, by everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General. The floor is yours, and we are honored to have you with us. From the beginning, from 2019, with our first visit to Niger, and our first report that we have submitted with cooperation with UNOCT and UNODC, we highlighted for your excellency and for the honorable members the situation of the Sahel and how it will evolve. We predicted, and you received the report of the wind of changes, and and as we can see right now, unfortunately, all the prediction that we had is clear and true, and what we are here right now is what you are always asking us to walk the talk and to stop meetings and to start working. So the floor is yours, Your Excellency. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Omar. You have put me on the spot. I didn't come here prepared to deliver a statement. I knew that the IPU president was here and he was going to speak on both our behalves. But since you have asked me to say a few words, let me do so and reiterate what you have just said. That I tell my colleagues all the time that yes, it's good to talk, it's good to discuss, but it's not enough to discuss, it's not enough to talk. It's important that you follow through with that talking. And the basis of the following through is strong implementable recommendations. And that's what we expect of meetings such as the one that you have taking place today. This is a very important area of our work in the IPU. For those of you who were there during the opening ceremony of this conference, I did mention the dire situation happening in the Sahel countries, which I had the good fortune of visiting early this year. And I see in this room many faces that I met when I visited the Sahel. I see Burkina Faso is here, see Mali, is Guinea here. But I am very familiar with what is happening in the region. And at the end of the day, we see that terrorism, the terrorist insurgency in the Sahel region is real. It is having a serious negative impact on the well-being of the people of the region. We can see it every day in the way people are living, the way people are being displaced, the way people are being deprived of access to basic amenities. This just goes to prove that what you are doing here is a noble endeavor. We hope that you can carry through the promise of the call of the Sahel. It is a call that has a potential to lift millions of people out of poverty, out of insecurity. It has the potential to mobilize parliamentary action in support of the people. I think the President did mention a number of things that that can be done to ensure the well-being of the people and in a way nip terrorism in the bud. I want to say that the fight against terror, the fight against terrorism, especially in the Sahel, will only be achieved if development follows. I think that's what the people aspire to: access to basic health care, access to education for the children, access to employment for young people, because many young people are being recruited into armed groups as a result of the lack of perspectives for them in their various countries. So I just want to launch my appeal again to this meeting that you should be forthcoming in terms of your commitment to contribute your own quota to the global fight against terrorism. And I'm glad that this summit is focusing on the Sahel, because given the multiplicity of crises around the world, there is the tendency to forget some of those crises that become, that fester, that become frozen crises. Not much attention is being paid to them. I do see that in the IPU, and I salute this very well, we are paying attention to the plight of a people, the plight of a region that is in the throes of a tragedy it is important for us to follow through. And my conclusion is, yes, we have to match words with real action, action that makes an impact on the livelihoods of the people of the Sahel. So I pin a lot of hopes on what you are going to be discussing here, the response to the call of the Sahel. We'll do our own part to continue to facilitate these discussions that should lead to actual action for impact. Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to explain the following speaker. The program was established since 2016. There are fundamental players and partners in this program. We started with China, United Arab Emirates, and Qatar, Benin, Egypt, lots of other countries. And we are honored to have the president of the first Middle East, first Committee on Peace and Security, and he's here, Mr. Ben Mahdi is representing the Shura Council of Qatar as one of the fundamental partners of this program since the year 2000. The floor is yours, sir. Please.
شكرا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي السيدة كارولينا ساروكويرا، السادة رئيسة الجمعية الوطنية في جمهورية أنغولا، السادة رؤساء، السيد رئيس البرلمان الدولي، السيد الأمين العام، السادة رؤساء الوفود والبرلمانات والمنظمات الإقليمية والدولية، وكالات الأمم المتحدة المعنية ومنظمات المجتمع المدني، الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن ألتقي بكم في اجتماع القمة البرلمانية العالمية الثانية لمكافحة الإرهاب والتطرف العنيف الذي يلتئم اليوم في لواندا في جمهورية أنغولا الصديقة، في إطار الجمعية العامة 47 بعد المائة للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، ضمن الاستجابة العالمية للدعوة إلى إنقاذ منطقة الساحل. ونتوجه بالشكر والتقدير للدولة المستضيفة جمهورية أنغولا الصديقة حكومة وشعبا، والجهات المنظمة والمنسقة من أطراف الكتلة البرلمانية المشتركة وجميع الجهات والأطراف البرلمانية الإقليمية والدولية والأمم المتحدة وممثل المجتمع المدني والقادة المحليون المهتمون بقضية إنقاذ منطقة الساحل. الإخوة والأخوات، نلتقي اليوم وصور القتلى والجرحى والدمار والتهجير والنزوح يملأ شاشات قنواتنا الفضائية جراء الحروب والنزاعات الداخلية وأعمال الإرهاب، ونرى الآلاف الضحايا البشرية والتدمير من زلازل، ونرى الآلاف الضحايا والبشرية والتدمير الهائل وإزالة المدن والقرى بصورة كاملة جراء الكوارث الطبيعية من زلازل وفيضانات وأعاصير. كل هذه المآسي كانت لأفريقيا نصيبها الوافر، وفي أفريقيا غرب الصحراء بدولها الساحلية الخمسة التي تداعينا اليوم لإنقاذها. يعاني أكثر من 32 مليون من سكانها من فقر مدقعا، حيث يبلغ دخلها اليومي $2 فقط حسب تقرير البلدان الأقل نمواً في البلدان لعام 2022. كانت دول غرب أفريقيا بحسب موقعها الجغرافي المطل على المحيط وفيرة المياه والأمطار والغذاء في السابق حيث النبات هو المرعى الوفير، إلا أنها بسبب التغيير المناخي الذي أصاب المنطقة بالجفاف والتصحر تعيش اليوم على موارد محدودة بالرغم مما يحوي باطن الأرض من ثروات، ومما أحباها الله من قوة بشرية متزايدة وكثافة سكانية متنامية. ولهذا السبب ولأسباب بشرية أخرى معقدة تشهد المنطقة موجات من النزوح من القرى والبوادي نحو المدن يشكل أحزمة الفقر والجريمة في بيئة حاضنة لكل أنواع الجريمة من التطرف العنيف بسبب توفر كل عوامل الفساد والفقر، بسبب غياب التنمية والشح فرص العمل وعدم الاستقرار السياسي وغياب الأمن وانتشار المخدرات وتفشي الأمراض المستوطنة والجوائح المختلفة. الأخوة والأخوات، يأتي لقاءنا اليوم للبحث عن حلول المحاور المواضيعية الخمسة التي نظرت فيها الاجتماعات الخمسة في كيغالي في رواندا، والمنامة في البحرين، والجزائر في جمهورية الجزائر، والاجتماعين الأخيرين في جنيف في سويسرا، وللنظر في توصياتها لنخرج بخارطة طريق تستجيب لاحتياجات منطقة الساحل وتشرك المجتمعات المحلية في منع التطرف العنيف ومعالجة الظروف المفضية للإرهاب بوجه عام وفي منطقة الساحل بوجه خاص. ونحن كبرلمانيون يمكننا من خلال اختصاصاتنا بسن التشريعات والرقابة الحكومية والمصادقة على الميزانيات وممارسة الدبلوماسية البرلمانية والتعاون مع الأمم المتحدة ومع المنظمات ذات الصلة أن نواجه هذه التحديات ونستجيب لنداء الساحل. وأود في البدء أن أشير هنا إلى أن مساعي سن التشريعات لمنع الإرهاب لوحدها لا تكفي لردع الإرهاب ومنع التطرف، فقد بلغ عدد المعاهدات المعنية بالإرهاب اليوم إلى 15 معاهدة، 15 معاهدة دولية. والذي نراه أنه كلما زاد سن التشريعات كلما عمل المتطرفون على إيجاد الحيل والوسائل التقنية والقانونية لتجاوزها، خاصة في ظل ثورة التقنيات المتجددة. وما نراه علاجاً يصلح لمنع التطرف العنيف المفضي للإرهاب هو معالجة جذور التطرف، خاصة في منطقة الساحل التي تعاني من تكاثر محاضن التطرف وتفريخ الأعداد المتزايدة من المتطرفين لأسباب بيئية واقتصادية وتعليمية وسكانية وأمنية وثقافية. ويصاحب هذه الظروف الاقتصادية غير المواتية للاستقرار وتوفر العمل جنوح الشباب للبحث عن سبل العيش التي غالباً ما تعجز الحكومات عن توفيرها، فيصبحون عرضة للمغامرة بالمهجرات أو بالهجرات غير الشرعية وغير الآمنة، والوقوع في حبائل وبراثن مجموعات التطرف التي تجند الشباب وتجعلهم عوامل تهديد للأمن والاستقرار في المنطقة أو العمل كمرتزقة تهدد استقرار الدول المحيطة. الأخوة والأخوات، أعلم أن هذه المعضلة تحتاج من المجتمع الدولي بأسره وبوجه خاص المنظمات المعنية بمكافحة الإرهاب وبالتنمية والتغير المناخي أن تتعاون وتوحد جهودها لتوفير أسباب الاستقرار والعمل للشباب، لأنهم هم يمثلون أهم عنصر الاستقرار وعدم الاستقرار، فهم قوة واعدة للتنمية إن أحسننا تربيتهم ورعايتهم واستغلالهم، وهم معاول الهدم إن تجاهلنا حقوقهم ومشاركتهم. ونحن كمشرعين يجب علينا حث حكوماتنا ومنظماتنا البرلمانية لجذب أقصى الجهود لدعم مشاريع وتوظيف الشباب وتعليمهم والعمل على نشر ثقافة الحوار السلمي لفض المنازعات والحروب عبر الوساطات والحوار ونزع السلاح. الأخوة والأخوات، وحول غياب الديمقراطية والاستقرار السياسي ودورهما في غياب التنمية والأمن، فإن المنطقة الأفريقية تشهد انحسار التجارب الديمقراطية وتمدد الأنظمة العسكرية جراء الانقلابات العسكرية التي تستغل ظروف الاضطرابات الاقتصادية والاجتماعية في المنطقة. إذا ما تقتضيها الحاجة هو إصلاح سياسي جذري ويضع إطاراً لنظام سياسي مؤسساتي منتظم يؤدي لوجود حزبين رئيسيين فقط وليس حكومة ائتلافية هشة وخلق جيوش محترفة تحمي المواطنين ولا تحكمهم. كما تحتاج المنطقة إلى إشراك الشباب في السياسة وتوفير الفرص العمل لهم وتجفيف منابع الإرهاب من خلال دورات وورش التوعية والحوار حملة الأسلحة والحركات المسلحة. وتهدف القمة كما تهدف اجتماعاتنا المتخصصة إلى تبادل الخبرات والنماذج الجيدة. ومن هذا المنطلق أقدم لكم بعض ما قدمته دولة قطر من إسهامات لمعالجة قضايا مكافحة الإرهاب ودعم تنمية الدول الأقل نمواً، وفي معالجة جذور أسباب عدم الاستقرار وتقديم المساعي الحميدة واتباع سياسة الحوار والتوسط في حل المنازعات. الأخوة والأخوات، أود الإشارة في البدء أن دولة قطر ظلت تدعو لتعريف مكافحة الإرهاب أو تدعو لتعريف الإرهاب وتكييفه قانوناً، بحيث لا تكون وسيلة لوصم ديانة أو مجموعة محددة بالإرهاب. وطالب حضرة صاحب السمو الشيخ تميم بن حمد آل ثاني الأمير البلاد حفظه الله من المنابر الدولية وفي خطبة أمام الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة بالسعي الجاد لمعالجة جذور الإرهاب. ووفق توجيهات سموه الكريم، اتخذت حكومة دولة قطر إجراءات عدة في السنوات الأخيرة لمكافحة الجريمة المنظمة والإرهاب، وعلى المستوى التشريعي والمؤسساتي. فعلى المستوى التشريعي أقرت دولة قطر عدة قوانين بشأن مكافحة الإرهاب، وعلى المستوى المؤسسي أنشأت دولة قطر اللجنة الوطنية لمكافحة الإرهاب واللجنة الوطنية لمكافحة غسل الأموال ومكافحة تمويل الإرهاب واللجنة الوطنية لمكافحة الإتجار بالبشر. ووقعت دولة قطر مع مكتب الأمم المتحدة لمكافحة الإرهاب اتفاقية تستضيف الدوحة بموجبها بيت الأمم المتحدة التي تضم عدد من فروع وكالات ومراكز الأمم المتحدة، من بينها المركز الدولي للرؤى السلوكية لمكافحة الإرهاب، بوصفه مكتب برنامج تابع لمكتب برنامج للأمم المتحدة لمكافحة الإرهاب. كما وقع مجلس الشورى مع مكتب الأمم المتحدة لمكافحة الإرهاب اتفاقاً يستضيف بموجبه مجلس الشورى نيابة عن دولة قطر مكتب الأمم المتحدة المعني بالمشاركة البرلمانية لمكافحة الإرهاب ومنعه. كما تتعاون دولة قطر مع عدد من البلدان في تعزيز التعاون الإقليمي والدولي في مجال مكافحة الإرهاب وإنفاق القانون والأنشطة الخاصة بسيادة القانون ومشاركة المعلومات المتعلقة بالإرهاب وتمويله، ودعم جهود التحالف الدولي تحت لواء منظمة الحلف الأطلسي الناتو. وضاعفت دولة قطر مساهمتها كأكبر دولة مؤسسة ومانحة في الصندوق العالمي لإشراك المجتمعات ومساعدتها على الصمود في مواجهة التطرف العنيف. وقد وقعت أيضاً دولة قطر مذكرة تفاهم مع مفوضية الاتحاد الأفريقي تتعهد بموجبها بإنشاء صندوق برعاية الاتحاد الأفريقي وبمنحة قدرها 20 مليون دولار من أجل إعادة ودمج المهاجرين غير النظاميين والمستضعفين إلى مجتمعاتهم. وتبذل دولة قطر جهوداً جبارة من خلال تعزيز التعاون الأمني المشترك مع الدول الإقليمية والدولية على صعيد تبادل المعلومات وتعزيز أمن الطيران والمطارات، وتعزيز الأنظمة المالية لمكافحة غسل الأموال وتمويل الإرهاب والتصدي للجرائم السبرانية، ورفع المستوى الفني والتقني والبشري لبناء القدرات. والتعزيز الحوار أنشأت دولة قطر مؤسسة وطنية تعني بنشر ثقافة الحوار ومحاربة التطرف ونبذ العنف، منها مركز الدوحة الدولي لحوار الأديان ومركز حمد بن خليفة الإسلامي في كوبنهاغن والمؤسسة العربية للديمقراطية من أجل نشر ثقافة الحوار والتعايش. كما استضافت دولة قطر مؤتمر الحوار العربي الأمريكي الآيبيري الذي صدر عنه إعلان الدوحة لمناهضة خطاب الكراهية والتطرف. وقد قدمت قطر النموذج في مجال إشراك وتشغيل الشباب من خلال إطلاق مبادرة صلتك، وهي مبادرة توفر آلاف الوظائف للشباب العربي وتوسيع الفرص الاقتصادية أمامها. كما أطلقت مبادرة لتعليم ملايين الفتيات والأطفال في مناطق النزاع، وبالمثل قدمت أيضاً المساعدات المالية واللوجستية لإعادة الأفارقة المهاجرين غير الشرعيين العالقين في أوطانهم. كما استضافت منتدى الدوحة لإعادة المقاتلين الإرهابيين الأجانب إلى أوطانهم. وقدمت قطر مساهمات كبيرة لأجهزة الأمم المتحدة المعنية بالإرهاب، وتمكنت بفضل حكمة قيادتها وثقة المجتمع الدولي بها أن تقود المصالحة وتستضيف حوار الفرقاء والجهات المتنازعة في عدد من الدول مثل السودان وفلسطين ولبنان واليمن وتشاد وأفغانستان. الإخوة والأخوات، أملنا أن يخرج اجتماعنا هذا بتوصيات تعين على معالجة القضايا الإرهاب والتطرف ودعم الاستقرار وحسم الصراعات في منطقة الساحل وإنقاذ المنطقة من براثن الفقر والجهل والجوع والمرض، لتكون توصياتنا نموذجا يحتذى في بقية بؤر النزاع والعنف والمناطق المتخلفة اقتصاديا. هذا والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much. And now we are going to turn to the keynote addresses. We are honored to have Ms. Agnes Vadai. She's the acting chairperson of the IPU High-Level Advisory Group on Countering Terrorism and Violent Extremism. So please, thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen, my name is Agnes Vadai. I am the member of the Hungarian National Assembly and the Vice Chair and Acting Chair of HLAG until this Friday. IPU HLAG was established in 2017 to serve as a focal point for parliamentary activities related to counter-terrorism efforts. In 2021, during the first Global Summit on Counter-Terrorism in Vienna, when Mr. Reinhard Lopatka, great friend, served as the chair of HLAG, we decided to initiate our project, The Call of the Sahel. Since that decision, HLAG worked together with several experts, the UN Office of Counter-Terrorism and the UN Office on Drugs and Crime. But most importantly, we have been working together with colleagues from the Sahel region. These past 2 years have changed us, or at least me. We have seen a lot of terrifying statistics of the region. We witnessed events of coups d'etats, as well as the appearance and the merciless bestiality of Wagner, and we have seen the suffering of people. On the other hand, through this learning process, we arrived here today with having more understanding, with having more knowledge, and feeling more responsibility. I'm standing here to give a keynote speech. Usually, these speeches are highlighting problems in a very subtle way, but I want to be very blunt. Today's event, namely sitting in this nice place, should be the last one. We should go out to the field and we should go to our fellow parliamentarians to experience the reality and to make sure that more and more MPs in the world understand why it is important to help the Sahel region. We, the HLAG, is the focal point, so we should act like one. Any organization of the United Nations who wishes to help us is welcome. Cooperating is not the matter of personal, it is the matter of common sense. And as a focal point for parliamentary activities, we should take the lead. The High-Level Advisory Group on Countering Terrorism and Violent Extremism should take the lead in helping the Sahel region. Third, we are politicians, and we, or at least myself, welcome experts and any helping hands. But it is our responsibility to take decisions, and we should take this responsibility back from now. The people of the Sahel need valid and very clear political decisions. Mine is the following: helping the suffering people and the vulnerable groups, but never helping corrupt politicians and administrations who only want to earn money from the pain of the suffering of the people. So HLAG should be the front fighter of transparency, as well should give a helping hand to coordinate activities and funds for the Sahel. Millions and millions of dollars and euros have been spent on the Sahel region. And let me ask you, is it safer to live in the Sahel region? No. Is it easier for girls to go to school in the Sahel region? No. Do they find healthy water and food in the South region more easily? No. So, coordination and transparency are the keys. Corruption of leaders and misuse of funds should immediately be stopped. HLAG, the high-level advisory group of IPU on countering terrorism and violent extremism, is composed of different MPs. We are very colorful, but we are here to help all those in need. We are here for the Sahel. We come from different countries, even different continents. We have different religions. We have different political affiliations. But all those differences should be put aside for the good cause, and that is helping the dream of the people of the Sahel come true. This is the most important thing. HLAG should be used to push our common agenda and not to push personal agendas. It's very, very important. Our common agenda is helping to create a safe environment for the people of the Sahel. They dream of playing football. They dream of drawing. They dream of having healthy food. So we should act for these dreams. I became HLAG member because I wanted to help. I became HLAG member because I believe we parliamentarians can help the Sahel region. In order to do that, there are several guiding principles, but there's one which is very important: mutual respect. It's very, very important. We are passionate, yes, but you shouldn't mix being passionate with being rude. We have to respect each other. We have to respect the subject. We have to respect the people of the Sahel, because this is how we can help them. And last but not least, we are not here to put a tick and saying, okay, we are done with the second global summit on countering terrorism. No, dear colleagues, this is not just an event in the political calendar. The real practical work is starting from today. And it is in our proposal, in our suggestion that was prepared by the Secretariat, that HLAG should monitor the outcomes of this conference. And projects shouldn't be done anymore in very nice places like this, which we really appreciate, but on the ground with the people of the Sahel. So we have to fulfill the wishes of the people of the Sahel to go there to experience their everyday suffering. Dear colleagues, let me thank all HLAG members and, of course, all colleagues from the Sahel region. The IPU Secretariat, especially Ambassador Carmen Castillo and, of course, Ambassador Omar for the past years. It was an honor for me to serve with you. After Friday, my mandate is going to be over, but my job will continue, because in the past years, with the help of you, I studied to care much more about the people of the Sahel. And I know that I have the responsibility to help them to have a much better life in that region. Mandates may end, but job, feelings, and responsibility never. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Secretariat state that we were very lucky about the heads and the chairs of the HLAG. From the first president of the HLAG, the Speaker of UAE, Dr. Amal Qabesi, followed by Honorable Lupatka from Austria, followed by Madame Udul, Honorable Monzer Bouden of Algeria, and then now we have our dear Honorable Member Agnes, who is highly committed, and she gave her heart and mind to the work. And with her, we could achieve lots of things. We could focus more. She raised the bar for whoever will come after her. Ladies and gentlemen, let me have the honor to introduce Mr. Steve Kalila, who is the founder of IEP, the Institute of Economy and Peace. We all took the IEP as a reference of the Global Index for Countering Terrorism. It is the science of security that they provide us. It is the Global Index for Peace, positive peace, negative peace, the elements. They turned the talk about peace from abstract, from literature to science. So it is our pleasure and honor to present Mr. Steve Kalila, the founder and the executive chairman of the Institute for Economy and Peace. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you for the introduction, Mukhtar. What I'd like to do in the 7 minutes, I'm just going to go through a little bit of the products which the Institute for Economics and Peace develops, which is relevant to the Sahel. Then briefly, some of the issues with the Sahel. Some of them you'll know, others you won't. And then come back around to how you may go about solving intractable problems, such as the conflict in the Sahel. So the Institute for Economics and Peace develops products like the Global Peace Index, which is considered the world's leading international measure of global peacefulness. Global Terrorism Index. The Global Terrorism Index is used by most global intelligence organisations. We develop an ecological threat report, which looks at 212 different countries and about 6,000 sub-territories, and estimates the ecological threats in those areas, and then looks at the resilience of those nations. And finally, we produce a report called the Positive Peace Index, and that measures the level and the extent to which a nation can hold its peacefulness, but it's also a proxy, an excellent measure for future economic growth and better ecological performance. So through all these reports, we bring together and got a thematic approach on the Sahel, which we've been doing for many, many years now. So if you look into the Sahel, the issues with it are sort of interrelated. So if you're looking at these problems, they're systemic, and many of the problems can't get separated and tackled individually. Often we look at problems and we break it down into small components to try and tackle them. But the issue with these kind of systemic problems is you need to tackle them all at once to be able to have impact. So if we just look at a few of the statistics which we can pull out of the Sahel, if we look at the Global Peace Index, 7 of the 9 countries we classify as in the Sahel are in the bottom 15% of the Global Peace Index. If we looked in the first 6 months of 2023, there were 1,800 terrorist attacks in Western Africa. Now, that's about the same as what was probably recorded the year before, because for the total year, there are about 3,500 terrorist attacks in 2022. But when we look deeper into it, what we can find is the transition zones within the Sahel, the areas where you actually get the most violent activity. So, for example, if we're looking at the landmass, the transition zones, that's about 7.6% of the Sahel, yet 15% of the deaths. So the transition zones are where you're going to get the most climate variability. Then associated with the climate variability, you get the attacks. Now, when we're looking at ecological degradation, when we look at the countries suffering from the worst conflicts and the most deaths, most of them are associated with high concentration of ecological degradation and threats. The Sahel is no different. So we looked at what we'd call hotspot countries, countries with high levels of ecological degradation and Also, very, very low levels of societal and government resilience will find the highest concentration in the Sahel. One of the facts which many people may not realise is if we move to the Sahel, the levels of malnourishment in men between 15 and 25 is 3 times higher than women. Now, what that points to is hunger is an element of recruitment into various violent groups because it's a simple way of being able to get more resources. Currently, we estimate that we're tracking 32 different terrorist organisations in 15 West African countries. What this points to is the issues lie well beyond 1 or 2 different groups. Now, as I've said, the dynamics here is systemic in nature. It's a combination of ecological issues, it's a combination of governance, weak rule of law, climatic variability, poverty, and more. So really, to be able to tackle these problems, one needs to be able to get a clear understanding of the system dynamics. So the first thing is to really do a detailed mapping of both the areas of ecological degradation, the level of climatic variability, poverty, government control, and the support the government has in these areas. And from there, build in programs to actually improve all of these issues. At the heart of it, really, in many ways, is poverty. So if we're looking at the degradation, what we find is in the Sahel, there's enough water, if only it was captured, to create the food needed to sustain the people. From sustaining the people through higher yields in their food crops, from there you can now start to build micro businesses above it. And so when looking into the Sahel, there's a need really to take a full approach in terms of the systemic variations. Positive peace is an excellent way of being able to look at the systemic effects. It's being used in 30 countries last year in different parts of the world, many of them in quite bad conflict situations like the Philippines, Mexico, Colombia, and many, many more. On a final point, what I'd say is there's a lot of negative stuff. But if we look and you go to West Africa along the coast, you'll find there's a strip which has no terrorism at all. So Mauritania is probably the best example. It had very little. It's had no terrorism recently, yet it's got the largest border with Mali. Through looking at the countries which have been successful, looking particularly in the border areas and being able to understand what's created the resilience and then working how do you move out from that into the Sahel may be a way forward. Well, with that note, I'll stop.
Thank you very much, Honourable Steve. And ladies and gentlemen, allow me to give the floor now to the Honourable Member Jiang Qinghu, is the member of the Foreign Affairs Committee from China. And I would like, as I said, China was the first partner for the IPU in the program of countering terrorism and the prevention of violent extremism. The Chinese members of parliament, they understood the importance that we raised about the situation in China. They believed with us and believe in deep belief that terrorism can only be met with development, with the goodwill of the people, of the countries, and with the real will for the development of the Sahel countries. So allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to give the floor to the Honourable Member Jiang Qinghu. Yes, please. Thank you, sir.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to be here today to attend this very important summit. The international fight against terrorism is facing grave challenges, with terrorism and extremism highly intervened and spreading ever faster. extremism and the important ideological basis for terrorism will keep besetting the world if not uprooted. The international community should put counter-extremism high on its agenda of counter-terrorism cooperation. First, we must strengthen solidarity and cooperation for stronger multilateralism in the fight against terrorism. All countries should develop the vision of a global community of a shared future, take a holistic approach to address both symptoms and root causes, and jointly crack down extremism with an aim of sharing responsibilities as well as benefits. The UN and its Security Council should further play a central and a leading role in promoting the implementation of the global counter-terrorism strategy and the relevant resolutions. We should uphold true multilateralism, speak to the extremist forces in one voice under the leadership of the UN, and coordinate actions so as to build the broadest possible united front against terrorism. Second, we must uphold fairness and justice and reject double standards in counter-terrorism. We should adhere to the spirit of rule of law and take concrete actions to safeguard justice, fairness, and equity. We should support each country in formulating de-radicalization measures based on its own national conditions and resisting interference by external attempts, while ensuring equal and uniform application of relevant international law. No double standards should be applied to counter terrorism or de-radicalization, nor should selective application be allowed. Third, we must remove the root of extremism by pursuing balanced and inclusive development. Security is the foundation of development, and sustainable development is the master key to rooting out extremism. Enduring security can be achieved only if we place equal emphasis on development and security. The international community should approach the poverty issue with a stronger sense of urgency, take robust measures to promote balanced and inclusive development for all, and advance the effective implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Ladies and gentlemen, in recent years, Sahel countries are facing a range of challenges, including the rising of terrorism threats. China respects local countries to independently choose their own development path suitable to their national conditions. It is our sincere hope that this region can enjoy peace, stability, development, and prosperity. We support regional countries' efforts to solve African problems in African ways, and will continue to provide them with assistance through bilateral or multilateral channels. The National People's Congress of China is ready to strengthen experience exchanges on legislation with other parliaments and make active efforts to deepen international cooperation against terrorism, contain the spread of extremism, and safeguard security and stability of countries and the international community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe that we can start now the first session, which is the Call of the Sahel, the Wind of Changes. And we are honored to have the moderator, is our chair, the chair of the HLAG, Ms. Agnes Vadai. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Omar. In this session, we will address the political issues in the region by analyzing the connection between coup d'etat, governance, corruption, and the proliferation of terrorism as existential threats to the well-being of the people of the Sahel. So it's, I guess, going to be a very interesting panel. Our first panelist is Mr. Steve Kilaila, who was already speaking. He's the founder and executive chairman of the Institute for Economics and Peace. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll only speak for a couple of minutes since I've just finished speaking. But look, I think what's needed is to start to think about solutions and how to actually go about solving the issues in the Sahel. But many of these issues are broader than just the Sahel. There was an excellent paper which was published about 3 weeks ago in Mexico. So as many of the people in the audience would know, Mexico's got one of the worst problems with organised crime through the cartels. In fact, it's got one of the highest homicide rates in the world, much, much worse than most African countries. So the paper was postulating that the solution to the problem is the recruitment. And then there's a whole series of models about how quickly the cartels die out if you can stop the recruitment. So one of the ways of thinking about the Sahel is thinking about how do you actually tackle the recruitment. And the recruitment comes back to very, very basic bread and butter issues. And so a lot of the time, this will come back to mechanisms of indoctrination, but more importantly, it's tied into livelihoods and poverty. So part of the solution, the bottom level, is to understand development, the types of development which are actually needed in the Sahel. And so if we look at it, and we look at all the countries in the Sahel, 7 of the 9 countries have got the worst ecological performance on the availability of water and the availability of food. We've also got combined with it exceptionally high increases in population. In fact, the highest populations in the world. So we just looked at sub-Saharan Africa. The population of sub-Saharan Africa will increase by 60% between now and 2050. Now, if we're looking at that, by 2050, there'll be more people under 15 in sub-Saharan Africa than there will be in the whole of Europe. Think of the changing dynamics of that. One of the offshoots of it is higher GDP. The other offshoot is extreme stress on the ecology and even worse, water and food shortages. So the addressing of food and water at the really fundamental level is key. But on top of that, you now need to look at the whole of the system. So how do you improve it? The functioning of government. How do you improve the rule of law? How do you improve the flow of information which counters the propaganda? What are the people need to feel that they're getting the right share of the resources? And again, we can pull a lot of that back to development. Corruption is also a key issue as well. So the solution to the problems lie in systemic change. And we really need to be able to look at the Sahel. We need a lot better of understanding of the local dynamics, the way they operate, how the power dynamics of the local leaders operate, and then what are the interventions which you can actually do. If we look at some of the neighbouring countries, particularly along the coast of West Africa, in relation, they're really quite peaceful. There's few occurrences, other than Togo, of terrorism. And so them as a model, being able to understand it and look at the things which work, particularly Mauritania, because it's a large border with Mali, is an excellent starting place to begin. Now, if we look into the Sahel, you've got two countries which stand out, Mauritania and Senegal. Senegal is number 52 on the Global Peace Index. Mauritania is about 112. The rest of the Sahel countries are in the bottom 15%. So what are the things which are working in these countries which now can be leveraged because they're local to the regions? So there's a lot which can be learned from those which are successful. I think at this point I'll stop because I know we've got a number of other speakers and we certainly want some questions for the audience. So back to you, Agnes.
Thank you so much. And now I would like to invite, maybe next to me, if he's coming, the Vice President of the Transitional National Council of Chad. Please, come up here. Please, come up here. I would like to invite you here. Yeah. Please, if you're not afraid, come up here next to me. Here, next to me. No. Oh, I don't look that frightening. You know what?
Bonjour. Hein?
Ah, here.
Ah,
yes,
que je
please.
parte là-bas.
Yes, please.
Ah, d'accord.
I thought
Je
you
vous
were
ai pas
afraid of
compris.
me. Je pense...
Bonsoir, mesdames et messieurs, chers collègues. Avant tout propos, puisque ce n'est pas moi qui devrais présenter la situation de mon pays, mais puisque le président est empêché, permettez-moi de m'acquitter de ce devoir qui est de vous présenter les excuses de Dr Haroun Kabadi, qui est président du Conseil national de transition du Tchad et en même temps président en exercice du comité interparlementaire du G5 Sahel. Il a bien voulu prendre personnellement part à cette rencontre extrêmement importante pour le Sahel, mais son agenda interne ne lui a pas permis de faire ce déplacement. Néanmoins, il m'a chargé de vous transmettre ces très respectueuses salutations, les plus sincères, et vous exprime du fond de son cœur plein succès à ces rencontres. Et à ce titre, je me fais l'agréable devoir d'adresser au nom de la délégation tchadienne ici à Luanda et en mon nom propre mes vifs remerciements au président de la République de l'Angola, à la présidente de l'Assemblée nationale qui a su vraiment organiser les choses de manière parfaite. Mesdames et messieurs, chers collègues, moi je suis un Sahélien, mais si en tant que Sahélien, comme tout autre Sahélien qui sont ici, nous sommes venus pour écouter des choses plus précises que ça, parce que nous n'allons pas continuer à faire encore le diagnostic ici, puisque le diagnostic a été fait depuis Vienne et 5 thématiques ont été retenues. Les 5 réunions ont eu lieu, que ce soit en présentiel ou bien en ligne. Et nous sommes aujourd'hui au moment où la population du Sahel attend des résultats concrets. Puisque le second sommet, le premier sommet a posé les jalons, le travail est fait, le diagnostic est établi. Et je crois que ce diagnostic a été établi sans complaisance parce qu'à travers plusieurs rencontres, que ce soit à Kigali, que ce soit en Alger ou que ce soit à Manama, beaucoup de choses ont été dites. Les causes ont été décelées, parmi lesquelles beaucoup d'intervenants étaient là pour dire que la mauvaise gouvernance, la corruption, l'extrémisme, tout ce que nous connaissons. Et aujourd'hui, toutes les populations du Sahel attendent ce sommet pour que des recommandations concrètes soient faites, pour qu'on leur dise exactement quels sont les partenaires qui sont en train de les aider, comment ils vont faire pour les aider. Et c'est des choses assez très concrètes que nous attendons en tant que Sahéliens. Puisque si nous allons continuer toujours à parler de la corruption, nous allons continuer toujours à parler de la mauvaise gouvernance, nous allons continuer toujours à parler des trafics de drogue, de tout cela, alors que toutes ces choses, toutes ces questions ont été déjà soulevées durant les 5 rencontres. Donc, pour ma part, ce que je voudrais dire ici, c'est que les populations du Sahel ont trop souffert. Les populations du Sahel croupissent sous tous les maux qu'on a évoqués pendant les 5 réunions. Donc nous attendons avec impatience que le groupe de consultation de haut niveau, peut-être que cette fois-ci va rendre les conclusions de ces travaux avec des recommandations assez fortes qui pourraient nous permettre de prendre peut-être un certain nombre de décisions qui pourraient aider nos populations. Et à ce titre, je voudrais vraiment féliciter Madame la Présidente avec toute votre équipe pour le travail impressionnant que vous avez fait. Nous vous resterons très reconnaissants, nous, du Sahel, puisque le problème du Sahel a été pendant un temps oublié, mais depuis Vienne jusqu'à aujourd'hui, le Sahel est au devant de la scène. Et c'est quelque chose qui mérite des applaudissements pour le groupe qui a travaillé. Et comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, mais si c'est ça, applaudissez très fort pour le groupe. Voilà, merci beaucoup de ces applaudissements. Donc, je vais réitérer tout simplement que nous prions, que ce soit nos partenaires, que ce soit nous-mêmes du Sahel, que ce soit les experts qui sont prêts à nous aider de prendre des vraies décisions ici pour qu'en sortant, qu'on dise au moins aux populations du Sahel que vous avez des instruments précis, que vous avez des décisions assez pertinentes qui ont été prises pour vous accompagner dans vos difficultés. Et c'est sur cette note d'espoir que je vous remercie. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, and of course we will do everything to keep this interest on the Sahel continue, because the people there, they do count, to the parliamentarians who are in HLAG and to the parliamentarians who are present today. Now I would like to call the Vice President of the National Transitional Council of Mali to come up here. You're not afraid? Okay. Okay, great. Please come to us. And the floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, merci infiniment. Encore une fois de plus, je tenais à remercier le président de l'Angola, la présidente de l'Assemblée nationale. Dans mon intervention, j'ai eu à lui dire que mon pays, le Mali, qui est dans le Sahel, et que nous rencontrons d'énormes problèmes d'insécurité. Je ne souhaite pas faire encore de discours. Mon frère voisin de gauche a mis le pied dans le plat. Vous savez, j'avais lancé un cri de cœur la dernière fois. Je ne sais pas si l'ambassadeur Omar est là ou pas. Ah, il est là. Il est là. J'avais lancé un cri de cœur. Je dis maintenant, ça suffit les discours. Concrètement, il faut faire quelque chose. Vous savez, nous, à chaque fois qu'on se déplace pour venir dans les conférences, nous prenons les maigres moyens que nous devons laisser à nos populations pour venir dans ces conférences. Et nous souhaiterions effectivement que ces conférences puissent vraiment donner quelque chose de concret, de pragmatique. Le Mali est en guerre depuis des années. Comme vous le savez, il y avait l'opinion publique internationale qui était chez nous depuis plus de 10 ans. Depuis plus de 10 ans. Et à la fin de ces 10 ans, on n'a pas eu de résultat. Nous avons été obligés de les remercier et prendre notre destin en main. Et là, actuellement, Dieu merci, on est vraiment en train de combattre le terrorisme. Le gros souci au niveau du terrorisme, parce que les gens qui financent le terrorisme, les gens qui les aident, les gens qui les encouragent, ils sont à côté de nous. Ils sont à côté de nous. Et même dans la salle de la plénière, il y en a même qui sont dans la salle de la plénière, qui financent le terrorisme. Sinon, comment ils peuvent trouver tout cet armement? Comment ils peuvent trouver ces moyens pour combattre nos gouvernements? Je pense que maintenant, ça suffit. Il faut prendre vraiment des mesures concrètes afin de pouvoir effectivement mettre un frein à ça, parce que nos populations ont vraiment souffert. Et j'avais dit que la dernière fois, il était question, je ne sais pas si c'est toujours d'actualité ou pas, il était question effectivement de faire un sommet, peut-être même au Mali, dans un pays du Sahel, au Mali ou ailleurs, faire participer les décideurs et les bailleurs de fonds, vraiment pour prendre les taureaux par les cornes. Voilà. Pour l'instant, je vais m'arrêter là, mais pour vraiment vous dire, les discours, vraiment, ça suffit. Il faut trouver des moyens financiers, des moyens matériels pour combattre le terrorisme et demander aux pays qui les financent, qui les soutiennent, qu'ils arrêtent. Voilà, c'est ce que je voulais vraiment vous demander et encore vous remercier infiniment et en espérant qu'en sortant de cette salle, des dispositions seront prises pour vraiment éradiquer ces fléaux qui nous embêtent. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite the Vice President of the Transitional Legislative Assembly of Burkina Faso. And there, yeah, and then the panel is now complete. Please. Thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Je voudrais, avant tout propos, remercier tout le monde, notamment le comité d'organisation, qui, à travers donc son savoir-faire, nous a bien reçus ici à Luanda. Et profiter donc de dire merci aux autorités d'Angola, notamment sa présidence, et également Madame la Présidente de l'Assemblée d'Angola. Et tous les organisateurs grâce à qui nous avons eu des moments fantastiques. Ces moments fantastiques, nous les rappelons, nous vous le savions capables. Et je vous remercie. Au nom donc de la délégation du Burkina Faso, dont je suis le porte-parole, nous devons vous transmettre les saluts fraternels renouvelés du président de l'Assemblée législative de transition, son Excellence Ousmane Bougouma, qui nous a chargé de vous dire merci pour avoir invité le Burkina Faso à participer donc à ces assises. Messieurs et Madame membres, qu'est-ce que je dois dire que vous ne connaissez pas du terrorisme ou de la violence? Qu'est-ce que vous ne connaissez pas que je dois vous dire? C'est une interrogation que je me suis dit. Mais enfin, comme on le dit très souvent, celui qui a vu le lion courir vers lui n'a pas la même appréhension que celui qui a entendu parler du lion qui court vers son gibier. Au Sahel, et en particulier mon pays, le Burkina Faso, nous avons le sommeil très léger, extrêmement léger, parce que nous avons vu les actions des terroristes, parce que nous avons vu les conséquences du terrorisme et l'exploit. Alors, du fait du terrorisme, nous avons des lendemains extrêmement incertains. Et cela ne voudrait pas dire que nous attendrons donc ces lendemains qui soient incertains, parce que le vaillant peuple burkinabé, une population qui sait également se saisir donc de ce qu'elle peut faire, est en train de faire du bon travail. C'est vrai, au Burkina Faso, toute la population s'est saisie du fait que le terrorisme, même si nous n'avons pas tous les moyens pour combattre et lutter contre le terrorisme, nous devons montrer à l'opinion nationale et internationale que c'est à nous d'attraper d'abord les corps du terrorisme avant que qui que ce soit nous accompagne. C'est pourquoi le peuple burkinabé est résilient, qui sait ce qui lui attend de ces moments difficiles du terrorisme et de l'extrémisme violent, c'est d'abord compter sur lui. Mais c'est tellement insuffisant parce que nous savons que les tentacules du terrorisme sont longues et vraiment néfastes. Comme ces derniers temps, nous avons, à travers le leadership de notre président, son Excellence Ibrahim Traoré, et bien entendu du président de l'Assemblée législative de transition et tout le peuple burkinabé, avec la gendarmerie, la police et les VDP, les volontaires pour la défense de la patrie, actionner donc un certain nombre de comportements qui nous permet de dire qu'il se pourrait que si nous avons un accompagnement donc des instances suprêmes, comme l'UIP, nous pourrons éventuellement venir à bout une bonne partie donc de cet extrémisme violent. Comme vous le savez, au Burkina, nous n'avons pas d'accompagnement extérieur pour la lutte contre le terrorisme. Non, c'est le peuple burkinabé qui s'est levé comme un seul homme et qui se bat à ses moyens. Je dois vous dire que nous avons énormément de difficultés comme les autres pays du Sahel. Et seuls, nous pouvons vaincre ce terrorisme-là. Nous avons espoir que c'est ensemble que nous pouvons faire de belles choses. Ne disons-nous pas chaque fois que c'est l'union qui fait la force. Nous osons espérer, comme vous savez tout sur le terrorisme et l'extrémisme violent, comme nous ne saurons jamais vous dire tout ce qui se passe, nous souhaitons qu'à l'unanimité, nous puissions ensemble travailler. Travailler davantage à ce que nous puissions lutter contre ce terrorisme-là. Comme mes prédécesseurs, il ne reste plus rien à ajouter puisque vous savez tout. Chez nous, on dit, si la vache devance la chèvre, qu'est-ce qu'il lui reste encore? Mais enfin, il doit également se dire que le peu que j'ai doit me satisfaire. L'avenir n'est pas aussi sombre. Il est difficile à gérer. Et c'est pourquoi nous voulons, du haut de cette tribune, souhaiter que cette instance mondiale qui est l'Union interparlementaire, l'UIP, puisse prendre des décisions courageuses. Courageuses à accompagner donc ces pays du Sahel et bien d'autres à lutter contre l'extrémisme violent et surtout le terrorisme. Vous avez les moyens, nous avons les moyens. Il reste à aller à l'essentiel. Nous avons beaucoup parlé depuis Vienne. Et récemment, à Manama, à Bahreïn, nous avons eu l'occasion de vous expliquer, de vous parler. Je suis sûr que cela vous a touché. Mais ce que nous avons attendu est toujours en vain parce que rien ne se fait pour moi, parce que de tangible ou de visible. Il est grand temps que nous laissions tomber donc ces grandes rencontres, mais que nous allions à l'action. Madame Agnès Vadey disait, nous allons laisser donc ces grandes rencontres et aller vers la population pour mieux les accompagner. Madame, vous êtes la présidente par intérim du groupe consultatif de haut niveau de l'Union interparlementaire sur la lutte contre le terrorisme et l'extrémisme violent. Vous avez des épaules solides, je n'en doute pas. Mais ensemble, nous devons agir. Et c'est l'action que nous attendons. Je vous remercie.
Dear colleagues, thank you very much. Now we are going to go to discussion, and I agree with all of you saying that we should finish these discussions, and I hope that with the outcome of this conference, of this gathering today, we will go to the very practical side. I have 11 people on my list for the first panel, 11 people. So in order to respect time, although in my paper it says you have maximum 3 minutes, I will really appreciate if you have only 1 or 2 minutes. And the reason why I'm saying this, because, you see, we have representatives here from the Sahel region, and they should be able to react to what you say. So I will open the floor. I have, if anybody wishes to speak or ask a question, you have to fill in a form, and I have dear colleagues behind us. They're going to help you with that. It's a heated topic when it comes to politics. So I would like to kindly ask everybody for mutual respect, for nice wording, for keeping the rules, and never forgetting, we are not here to push our own political agenda. We are here for the Sahel. So with this, I would like to call first Mr. Reinhard Lopatka, former chair of HLAG Austria. The floor is yours, Mr. Lopatka.
Thank you very much. I think it is an excellent sign that we start this second summit with the representatives from the region, from Chad, Mali, Burkina Faso. because it is important to listen, and then we should think, what can we do to really support the people who are working on the ground? And when we started with this call of the Sahel, it was a holistic approach. And we were looking not to be alone as parliamentarians, to involve experts from the UN, from UNODC, UNOCT, and also NGOs. And now we have this second Global Parliamentary Summit here. And if we are honest, we have to say that the problems were growing. And we see ongoing conflicts. We see in the region a new center of terrorism. And we have also to be honest, we see a loss of democratic institutions. So, having said that, what can we do? I think the most important thing is to strengthen the representatives, the people who are working on the ground. This is the most important thing. And I always ask fighters against terrorism, what can we do? And so we should listen what you have said, and we should support colleagues like Norbert Dancoanu, the Secretary General of the G5 Sahel Inter-Parliamentary Committee. And we should continue in our work together with the United Nations. And I'm really thankful to all the support we received. We hear our colleague from China, and then there was support from the United Arab Emirates, and of course, also support from Doha and Qatar. The people, they need more than only having the focus on security. Food, clean water, healthcare, education, giving the young people a perspective that they have really the chance to find work. This is so important on the one hand, and on the other hand, fighting corruption and promoting sustainable economic growth. We started with this work. We have to continue with this work. And thank you very much for all the colleagues from the region that they have still trust in us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Mr. David Alamos, United Nations Office of Counterterrorism. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, honorable members of parliament, distinguished participants, good afternoon. I would like to start saying that it's a pleasure for me to join this second Global Parliamentary Summit on counterterrorism. And I would like also to start by highlighting the relevance of the IPU-led initiative on the Call of the Sahel, which, as we are hearing, it is more needed than ever. Linked to these efforts, if you allow me, I would like to share with you just 3 developments that our office has conducted toward enhancing the direct work with parliamentarians, especially in Africa and in the Sahel region. And maybe for those who are not very familiar with our office, just to let you know that our office was established in 2021 as a parliamentary engagement office in preventing and countering terrorism. It's based in Doha, thanks to the general support of the Shura Council of the State of Qatar. The office is fully dedicated to enhance parliamentary core functions to counter terrorism and prevent violent extremism. And I would like to emphasize also that according to the priorities of UNOCT and also of our parliamentary office, we are fully focusing on supporting Africa and the Sahel countries in their response and their efforts to respond to terrorism. We have conducted high-level parliamentary dialogues for Africa and the Sahel, provided some technical assistance and capacity building, and together with our UNODC colleagues, we have also provided legislative assistance. And as it was already mentioned, also we have signed a very important tripartite agreement with APU and UNODC for common efforts in countering terrorism and preventing violent extremism. The second thing that I would like also to share with you is on coordination role. The office has established a coordination mechanism for parliamentary assemblies on counterterrorism, which meets twice a year under the pro tempore presidency. And currently, the mechanism counts on the participation of 17 members, which are parliamentary assemblies from all over the world, Africa, Sahel region, Asia, Europe, MENA, and Latin America. And the coordination mechanism has established that the top priority is Africa and is the Sahel region. And finally, if I may, I would like to also stress that as a recommendation from the African national parliaments that were adopted in the high-level counterterrorism conference on Africa that we implemented in Doha in 2022, it was said that it is needed to establish, and it has been established, a parliamentary counterterrorism working group for Africa. Through this working group, we are channeling the efforts on technical assistance to African states, and we are also using this parliamentary working group in Africa to channel and foster the contribution of parliaments for the forthcoming political summit in Abuja in 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Mr. Sergei Rachkov from Belarus. Where are you, Mr. Rachkov? No, he's not here. Okay. Our next speaker is Sama Ataullah-Jan. Sorry.
That's okay. Salma Ataullah-Jan from Canada.
Yeah, from Canada. Sorry.
I want to thank all the presenters. We heard of what the issues are, what the problems are. You know, there's chronic food shortage, sort of exacerbated by the climate change, ethnic violence, corruption, and various sources of terrorism. It's a very troubled region of the world. I was recently in Ghana for the Commonwealth gatherings, and this was a very hot topic over there too. You know, we've seen over 25 coups since 1960. Violent extremism has spread despite international involvement, and there's no shortage of humanitarian and development agencies who are in the field, and yet we're not seeing any results. You know, donors, we all know, promoted the triple nexus approach, and some were very skeptical. They were saying that Sahel is the playground, and here I quote, the playground for the triple nexus concept. But again, nothing seems to be making a difference. So do we need, and this mine is a question, do we need to rethink the approach to this region? Do you sense that there's a willingness amongst the various factions to sit down and work towards peace? You know, unless we give people hope, you know, nothing is going to change. So mine was more of a question rather than a comment.
Thank you so much. And I would like to call Mr. Abbas Golro from Iran. The floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. We are all worried about the spread of terrorism in the Sahel region, which is one of our concerns. The Sahel countries suffering from terrorism, and the international community must help them to overcome terrorism. We are deeply concerned on globalization of terrorism, especially state terrorism, which should be taken into consideration seriously. State terrorism by United States and its allies, state terrorism by Israel. In dealing with the phenomenon of terrorism...
Excuse me. The rule was very clear for this meeting today.
Yes, I'm talking according to the rule, yeah.
Excuse me. Please.
I want to talk about the Sahel, Madam.
Can you please, just for a second.
You do not act unilaterally, Madam.
Excuse me. Can you please? We are talking today about the Sahel region, so it would be
yes, I'm talking about
really
Sahel
grateful.
Region. Let me. I'm talking about Sahel region.
Please, I'm
you don't have
asking
patience,
you.
Madam. Let me. I want to talk about Sahel region.
No, you are not talking about.
I am talking about Sahel
please
region.
Talk about the Sahel.
I am theoretically talking about Sahel region, Madam. This is my right to talk, and you don't have right to interrupt.
Sorry, I do, because I am.
You do not have.
Moderator.
You do not have. I'm talking about Sahel
Please.
region.
I'm humbly asking you.
I'm talking about Sahel region, madam. Let me just a minute, patient. In dealing with the phenomenon of terrorism, there are different ideas and solutions. Some believe in a military solution to counter terrorism and consider it the only solution to defeat terrorism. Some others believe that combating against terrorism has multiple dimensions, including military actions. So it is imperative to consider its cultural aspects. There are ideas in the treatment of terrorism. But here I want to point out the main root of all terrorism everywhere in the world. The main root of terrorism in Sahel is what Mr. Pacheco mentioned. Everyone who acts against international law should be considered a terrorist. When you come to Sahel region, you can see the United States and its ally and mercenary group who are acting in favor of some powers. The United States Pan-Sahel Plan, declaring the Sahel region as a so-called safe haven of terrorists, helped creation of the terrorists in this region. We are all worried about the spread of terrorism in Sahel. The violent movements of terrorist groups in the Sahel region has made the cooperation of all countries necessary to deal with this dangerous phenomenon. The escalation of terrorism has caused the closure of schools in some states of Sahel countries. The fragility of this region against the climate change makes it necessary to deal with this emergency phenomenon globally. Climate change has fueled poverty and insecurity in this region by increasing drought. The root solution of social crisis in this region requires investment in the field of human resources, training, development of public schools, and other government measures. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And our dear colleagues from the Secretariat just indicated and reminded me that we have with us the representative of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean. Am I right? Yeah. Mr. Abdelouhab Yagoubi, member of the National People's Assembly of Algeria. So can we connect him?
We have him online.
Yeah, we have him online. He's online. But I don't see him. Okay. Okay. Honorable colleague, the floor is yours for 3 minutes, sorry. Excuse me, dear colleague, we cannot hear you well. If you put your mic this on, you will hear him. Yes, yes, yes. Please speak.
Can you hear me now? Please confirm.
Yes. Okay. Donc aujourd'hui,
so today we are here to speak about the region of the Sahel, which is often forgotten today, despite the serious security crises and the number of coups d'etats in the region. And the fact that deaths caused by terrorism in the Sahel are 43% of deaths caused by terrorism in the world. 2 weeks ago, we found some results from the recent work of the Call of the Sahel, and we spoke together, and it was a brilliant occasion. And we would like to warmly thank our colleagues from the IPU and also the Parliament, the Arab Parliament, and the Inter-Parliamentary Committee on the G5 Sahel for all of the contributions. Now we have to plant seeds to create a number of flowers, many flowers. The area of the Sahel is one of the richest areas in the world. It has great resources, both energy and mineral resources, and a large population of young people who want to realize their dreams. However, there are actors that have come to the region. We have terrorist and criminal groups, as well as the mercenary group Wagner is one of the most well-known. These actors want to promote their own interests, and they have no responsibility towards the population of the countries in which they operate. In contrast, they operate with violence and with hatred, and they sometimes have roles within the governmental institutions. We have to speak clearly about the actors who are at play here. We have to understand how the terrorist and criminal groups are proliferating in the region. They are taking part in illicit economies and redistributing the profits to the local population, and this is part of the success of these groups in the region. And they are acting as a legitimate provision of governance. They are also using new technologies for their own criminal and terrorist ends, and they are putting in danger the security of our countries. We have to continue to work with the agencies of the UN who came to our recent meetings, and we have to work harder and try to use the finance resources in an effective way. To conclude, the key aspects of those that we've already identified. We have had a putschist regime. We have to respect the UN Charter. We have to raise awareness about education amongst the local community, and we have to fight climate change and to fight corruption. We are ready.
Et nous espérons qu'une autre série de discussions sera bientôt organisée sur la manière de poursuivre concrètement la réalisation de nos objectifs. En souhaitant une vie meilleure au peuple du Sahel, je vous remercie beaucoup pour votre attention. Merci.
Thank you very much. Before we break and before I give the floor back to our panelists, the last person I'm going to call for this section is Mr. Abdurrahman Al-Harbi from Saudi Arabia. And I would like to tell all other people or other honorable colleagues who are on my list, which is now seems endless, is that you will have the chance to intervene for the next 2-3 panels. So now I will quickly give the floor to Mr. Al-Harbi, and then, I hope I'm pronouncing correctly, and then I will kindly ask our panelists to just quickly react, and then we break for a short break. Mr. Al-Harbi?
Okay, thank you. شكرا سيد الرئيس. في البداية على الجهود التي بذلت، ولا أريد أن أكرر ما ذكره زملائي من مندوبين دول الساحل عندما قالوا أنه فعلا حان وقت العمل وليس بتشخيص الواقع.
Excuse me, Your Honorable, the interpreters cannot hear you for some technical. They cannot hear you, so there is some technical problem right now. Can you check it, please? Just a second. Sorry.
Okay, no problem.
You know, this is technology.
Continue.
We thank you for. So the interpreters, can they hear us right now? Interpreters, please. Can you hear me? You cannot.
Okay.
I can hear you, but. Okay. No sound. No sound for the interpreters. Can you just push her out? Push her out. Can you hear me, please? Can you hear us? I'm very sorry, but there is some technical difficulty that interpreters cannot hear those who are speaking. So I would like to ask our honorable colleague from Saudi Arabia to have a little patience. Maybe we can. No, they cannot hear it. No, there's a technical problem with the signal going. So we would break for like 5 minutes. The technicians arrange everything, and then we will continue with the second panel. Otherwise, you know.
Let me tell you that in Women's Forum was the same, was exactly the same, and with the other microphone, it was better.
Yeah, but the problem.
Yeah, maybe.
Can the interpreter hear us? Okay, just wait a minute. Dear colleagues, we are going to break for a 10-minute break, and after the break we continue with our honorable colleague from Saudi Arabia. Okay? Thank you so much for your patience.
Hello. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have 10 minutes and then we will be back with the second session. It will be advisable to be in the same area. We would like to finish as fast as possible. We have a list of 12 speakers beside the second sessions. Thank you very much. finish here 5 minutes. They were going to finish 5:30.
5:30. Okay,
Yes,
good.
yes, my pleasure, my own.
Okay.
Oui.
Là, tu vas payer, non? C'est un iPad. C'est un iPad.
C'est quel
Hello, 1, 2.
Estás a ouvir? Olá.
One, two, test. Madalena, can you hear me? Can you look at me? If yes? We can start.
as soon as we found out, Harry went, when I dropped what I was doing and went in as well.
Okay.
Because I think this is very important. We can't mess this up.
Yes, but it's fine. It's already messy anyways.
But anyway, we're finding out
No worries, no worries.
each year we will give this award to one parliamentarian.
Grand Parlement,
My planet.
My Parliament,
My planet.
notre devenir.
from the Parliament of India.
Je représente le Parlement français.
I am from Ireland.
From Zimbabwe.
Diputada de México.
Du Canada.
Du Parlement gabonais. I am a member of the New Zealand Parliament.
Iran. De Schweiz.
In Egypt.
Je suis député du Parlement mauricien. Of the Republic of Fiji Islands.
De l'Assemblée nationale du Sénégal.
From the Kingdom of Togo.
Parlementaire du Tchad.
Representing Finnish Parliament.
The Kingdom of Eswatini.
I'm a member of Parliament of Ukraine.
Botswana. Bangladesh.
The Parliament of Uganda.
Suriname. Je représente Madagascar. Al Parlamento di Uruguay. South Sudan. Centrafrica.
Sono la vicepresidente della Commissione Esteri della Camera dei Deputati italiana.
We are amongst the most vulnerable when it comes to climate change.
L'impact, il est plutôt à travers le dérèglement climatique.
Serious cyclone issues.
Acidification of the ocean, sea level rising.
ما این سالهای اخیر با یک موضوع مواجه بودیم به نام گرد و غبار و ریزگرد.
La mer monte chaque année de 2 à 5 cm.
We also have huge issues around car dependency.
Ukraine's industry still produces many greenhouse gas emissions.
Con tormentas, lluvias, inundaciones o sequías.
Frost oder auch zu viel Regen, Überschwemmungen.
Le réchauffement est 2 fois plus important que les autres pays de la planète.
We are expecting heat waves, sandstorms.
Le flash flood, comme on dit dans le jargon. Our farming season has changed.
The winters have become warmer.
La stagione sciistica in alcuni luoghi non esiste più.
5 months without rain in a poor country like South Sudan that is still emerging out of war.
Ça détruit les champs, les plantes. The internal migration is happening rapidly.
Over thousands and thousands of people from Turkana in Kenya and also the Pokot from the Kenyan side are now in Uganda looking for livelihoods and also pasture and water for the animals. The climate change is for real.
Les parlementaires ont pu légiférer sur la question à travers des lois sur l'environnement.
To have 51% carbon reduction by 2030.
Éduquer les gens, premièrement, à protéger l'environnement.
Instead of using personal vehicles, we all now just get in single buses and go to where we're going. By using the e-office suite, we have turned everything into virtual. And by doing that, we have turned paperless. And that's one aspect.
México se comprometió en el Acuerdo de París a tener el 36% de las energías limpias para 2026.
At the global level, Fiji was a past president of COP23. Nous avons une politique pour combattre l'érosion de nos plages.
Devenir complètement carboneutre d'ici 2050.
We also work with NGOs.
Et puis un ensemble d'éléments qui visent à la fois la partie de la gestion durable de l'eau, l'alimentation saine et durable.
We're looking at planting 1 million trees by 2023, which is this year.
Les plastiques sont interdits maintenant au Sénégal. We have been able to put half the amount of oil-heated houses.
We have protected areas and national parks.
When you do a major project, it has to be environmental friendly.
Parliaments play a key role, as parliaments is where the discussion starts.
Solo con una grande pianificazione, una grande volontà si possono evitare gli effetti peggiori del cambiamento climatico e adattarci strada facendo.
We hope that other parliamentarians around the world will take the same approach.
My parliament,
My planet,
our future.
Mon Parlement,
La planète,
notre engagement.
notre combat.
Mi parlamento, mi planeta.
Nuestros hijos.
My parliament, my planet, our planet.
our family.
My parliament,
My planet,
our beautiful blue ocean Pacific. My parliament,
Mijn planeet,
Notre musée.
my parliament,
Ma planète,
Our dream.
notre engagement
our life.
Il mio Parlamento,
minun planeettani,
Notre devoir.
our environment.
our
People.
our diversity.
Mon Parlement,
my planet.
My parliament, my planet.
Notre devenir.
involves more than 46,000 parliamentarians all over the world. Men and women dedicate their lives to defend freedoms, democracy, the state of law. It's time to the international community and to the IPU recognize the role that each one deserves. Each year, we will give this award to one parliamentarian.
please. Very good, very good. Hello, sir. How are you, sir? How are you, sir? Fine. Happy to see you, sir. Are we going to meet to each other today or something? Sorry? Can we meet anytime you want? Anytime. Tomorrow? Oh, tomorrow, come here tomorrow.
What's your schedule?
I'm free in the morning, so you can come in front of the office of Mariam Shongong, the IPU Secretary General. My office in front. Let's talk. I will tell you about some things that I told you before.
Have you got a phone number?
Yes, of course.
It's going to be easier.
Yes. Can you send my phone number? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, where is the... Hello? Presidente. Hello? Where is the... Hello? Vamos a pensar. We're going to start now. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, thank you very much for coming back. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start the second session. The first session we had several questions that was not answered, and they were not even asked yet. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our honor to have you to the second session. And in the first session, we received several questions. Some of them we could not hear due to a technical problem. And we would like to start, before starting the second session, which will be moderated by Ms. Emma Mituka. But we would like to have, there was a question coming from Saudi Arabia from the floor. And then also there is another question was coming from our friend and partner in work, Mr. Tanquano, the Secretary of the G5 Sahel, and allow us, after those two questions, that we start the second session. Thank you very much, and please, I would like to give the floor to our honorable member of the HLAG, the Honorable Al-Harbi from Saudi Arabia. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much. السلام عليكم. شكرا سيد الرئيس. في البداية أود أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لمجموعة الهاغلاغ على الجهود التي بذلتها بتنظيم هذه القمة وسبقتها القمة السابقة في فيينا 2021. وأتمنى وأضم صوتي لصوت الزملاء الذين سبقونا من دول الساحل أن ننهي هذا العمل وأن نركز على دعم دول الساحل. واسمحوا لي أيضاً أن يحيي صمود دول الساحل فيما يواجهونه من مصاعب متعددة قد يكون أهمها الإرهاب والجريمة المنظمة، ولكن يجب أن لا نغفل العوامل الأخرى التي يواجهونها وأهمها عوامل التغيير المناخي. ويكفي بنظرة مبسطة النظر إلى بحيرة تشاد، ماذا كانت في الستينات والسبعينات وماذا هي عليه الآن، فهذه جزء من مهمة تطوير دول الساحل. سيد الرئيس، في هذا الشأن أنا أوضح أن بلدي المملكة العربية السعودية تشرفت بإنشاء التحالف الإسلامي العسكري لمحاربة الإرهاب عام 2015 IMCTC، والذي يضم في عضويته 42 دولة، منها 25 دولة من القارة الإفريقية، بما فيها دول الساحل الخمس والتي قد يكون جزء من عملنا متعلق بها، وهي النيجر وتشاد وبوركينا فاسو ومالي وموريتانيا. وقد قامت بلدي مشكورة في تمويل القوة العسكرية في قوة الساحل الخمس في قمة باريس 2017، حيث تبرعت بمبلغ 100 مليون يورو. وقد ثمنت الأمم المتحدة الجهود لدعم المملكة العربية السعودية، وأيضا هنالك مبالغ خصصت للتنمية. وعلى مر التاريخ قد ساهم الصندوق السعودي للتنمية في عدة مشاريع إنمائية في دول الساحل الأفريقي، حيث بلغت هذه القروض أكثر من $1 مليار. وفي هذا الشأن أيضا تسعى المملكة مع جهود الأمم المتحدة للمساعدة على استقرار الأوضاع السياسية، والتي ستكون هي أهم عامل لمواصلة جهودنا. وأدعو في ختام مداخلتي هذه إلى توحيد الجهود أيا تكن من الأمم المتحدة أو من الIPU أو من أي جهود أخرى، لوضعها في بوتقة واحدة ومساعدة أبناؤنا وأخواننا وأخواتنا في دول الساحل على تجاوز هذه المحن، وعلى تجاوز التحكم بهم من قبل المنظمات والعصابات الإرهابية. قد يكون الوقت، لن أكون متفائلا بشدة، ولكن قد يكون الوقت الذي نعيشه الآن أو تعيشه دول الساحل ليس بالمثالي. فبعد إنهاء الأمم المتحدة قوة السلام الأممية من سوما، والتي ستنتهي في نهاية ديسمبر، المانديت سينتهي لها في نهاية ديسمبر هذا العام، بما يضع علينا مسؤولية كبيرة جدا أن نعمل مع حكومات الدول ومع شعوب الدول من خلال برلماناتهم لتجاوز هذه المحنة. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. Honorable Member. Thank you, Mr. Honorable Member. The floor is now for Honorable the Secretary of the G5 Sahel, Mr. Tanquano. Please take the floor, and after this we are going to start the second session. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur l'ambassadeur Mokhtar. J'ai demandé 1 minute juste pour réagir par rapport à l'intervention du représentant des Nations Unies, notamment l'UNOCT. Je suis heureux de voir que l'UNOCT participe, en tout cas pour la première fois, à la rencontre de l'appel du Sahel. Et l'UNOCT est au cœur de la lutte contre le terrorisme au plan international, puisque c'est justement l'Office des Nations Unies de lutte contre le terrorisme. Alors, je sais aussi que l'UNOCT, comme il l'a dit dans ses propos, a créé un bureau d'engagement parlementaire à Doha au Qatar, grâce au soutien du Qatar et aussi à la mobilisation internationale aux Nations Unies. Alors, je voudrais demander qu'à partir donc de leur participation aujourd'hui, il y ait un engagement véritable dans le cadre de l'appel du Sahel, que l'UNOCT puisse aussi appuyer l'appel du Sahel. Il a fait un peu un résumé de ce qu'ils ont déjà fait en Afrique au Sahel et en annonçant par exemple l'assistance législative, mais je dois avouer que pour les pays du Sahel, on n'a rien vu encore de la part de l'UNOCT concrètement, en dehors des réunions et des rencontres. Et comme aujourd'hui, on dit qu'il faut arrêter avec les rencontres, il faut agir de façon concrète, je souhaite que le représentant des Nations Unies, notamment l'UNOCT, puisse en tout cas envoyer le message à sa hiérarchie, au siège à New York, pour dire que, en tout cas, les pays du Sahel souhaitent voir à travers le bureau d'engagement parlementaire à Doha au Qatar, avec tous les financements qu'ils ont, nous savons qu'ils ont les moyens, qu'ils puissent s'impliquer et appuyer l'appel du Sahel, parce que la prochaine phase, ça sera la mobilisation des financements pour exécuter un certain nombre de projets. Donc, on attend beaucoup de l'UNOCT, on attend beaucoup du Bureau d'engagement parlementaire des Nations Unies.
Mr. Tanquana, thank you very much. We are honored to also to have here with us, as we heard, our representative of UNOCT, and I would like to clear that we had a trilateral agreement with UNOCT. We are reviving this agreement. We are happy to have them now here. Tomorrow we have a coordination meeting. We heard we heard Saudi Arabia, that it's time to focus on the Sahel people really for a change, And let's forget our differences. Let's combine our forces, because we've never looked at the Sahel people. We were always looking about our mandates, our budgets, who will do what. But for a change, let's put the Sahel people as our main target. I thank you very much. Tomorrow we have a meeting with all members of the United Nations, and I would like you to attend, and then we will brief the members of the HLAG about the results. If you allow me, please, Your Excellencies, we can start the second session, and I'm very honored to have, now we talk about the future. It is the young people, and I'm very proud to have Ms. Emma Mituka from Namibia to be the moderator. And also I would like to state and confirm the thanks of the Secretariat for the Honorable Madame Ms. Cincia Lopez Castro, because she's not only very efficient and working, but she came and she wants to put the part of gender. They know that they are the first victims of terrorism. I also would like to send my best respect, to confirm our respect to Ali Hatiko, the project manager of Alert International, because he was always there with us. He's always been with us. This is a civil society that they are doing a lot. Thank you very much. Allow us now to start the second session, and the floor is for the moderator, Ms. Emma Mituka. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As was indicated, my name is Emma Tangi Muteka, and I am a member of parliament who hails from the land of the brave, the beautiful land of Namibia. I keep saying it's right next door. So this is me inviting you to please come and visit us. However, I am also a member of the board of the Forum of the Young Parliamentarians under the IPU, and as was indicated, I will be the one to be moderating this session on Sahel's rising generation and the struggle to be heard. Ladies and gentlemen, before I get into it, I just want to set a couple of ground rules. We will be opening up the platform later for discussions. You are allowed 3 minutes to ask your questions. I would want to really motivate us to rather interact as opposed to reading prepared speeches. We are here to discuss the future. We are here to discuss our mothers. I think it would be prudent that we interact and have a proper conversation. I think, I speak under correction, there should be some forms next to you. If you want to participate, please fill in the form, and the Secretariat will be able to assist you in terms of adding your name on the list. I just want to share a few notes with you before we start with the session. The young generation of Sahel represent the future of the countries in the region. They are talented women and men who face enormous challenges, such as difficulties of accessing employment, education, and healthcare. They are often unemployed, which increases their vulnerability and in the temptation of irregular migration or joining terrorist groups. The conflict and violence in Sahel countries are devastating and affecting the survival of girls and adolescents due to insecurity, lack of education, lack of access to health services, and access to job opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, education indicators have fallen considerably in the region. Only 1 in 2 young people are literate. I'd want to repeat this part. Only 1 in 2 young people are literate, compared to an average of more than 3 in 4 in Africa. And the only 1 in 3 students complete secondary education. The situation of women in the economy must be improved, although women are a living force in the Sahel and play a central role in food security and resilience of societies, and there remain profound gender inequalities and hinder their empowerment. Without wasting much of your time, I would want to perhaps invite Mr. You need to please forgive me for this, but I'm going to attempt to pronounce your surname properly. Mr. Daga Maisa, the project manager at International Alert, as one of our panelists, to please join me to the front and do his presentation.
Okay, thank you. Your pronunciation
Oh, my
is,
apologies.
yeah.
I didn't even realize you're sitting here. My
Yeah,
apologies.
Yes, your pronunciation is good. Alatiku Dagamaisa, thank you. Merci tout le monde. Merci à vous pour l'invitation. Voilà, je suis Alatiku Dagamaisa. Je suis responsable des programmes au niveau d'International Alert dans les pays du Sahel. Donc, mes salutations distinguées à vous, messieurs et mesdames, chers honorables parlementaires du monde et amis du Sahel, chers représentants des organisations de la société civile ici présentes et les institutions nationales et internationales qui sont ici avec nous dans cette salle. Je tiens avant tout à vous adresser un accueil empreint de chaleur au nom de mon organisation International Alert. C'est avec un profond sentiment d'honneur et de privilège que je me tiens ici devant vous ce matin pour parler des enjeux vitaux auxquels les populations de la région du Sahel et plus particulièrement les jeunes, hommes et femmes font face. Comme International Alert, comme précédemment mentionné, est une organisation non gouvernementale internationale de consolidation de la paix des droits britanniques qui travaille avec les personnes directement touchées par les conflits pour retrouver des solutions pacifiques pour un monde dans lequel les personnes règlent leurs différends sans violence et peuvent bâtir un avenir plus pacifique pour leurs familles et les communautés. Alert travaille dans plus de 30 pays dans le monde et au niveau du Sahel, nous intervenons depuis 2013 au niveau du Mali, du Burkina Faso, du Niger et aussi du Tchad. Nous travaillons avec l'EIP depuis 2021 où nous apportons notre expertise et puis notre connaissance du contexte du Sahel sur les questions de sécurité et plus particulièrement l'extrémisme violent. Donc nous apportons vraiment dans ce travail l'EIP pour les orienter et les donner le contexte sur le terrain. Honorables parlementaires, aujourd'hui, je suis ici pour vous, dans le cadre de la rencontre du 2e sommet parlementaire mondial sur l'extrémisme violent. De septembre 2021, qui a vu la naissance de l'appel du Sahel, qui est l'objet de cette rencontre, à aujourd'hui, je dirais que nous avons fait du chemin ensemble. Tout en prenant le temps, je dirais 2 ans, pour bien parler ensemble, analyser et réfléchir pour faire des propositions, des actions pour venir en aide ou dire accompagner les communautés du Sahel victimes de ces fléaux de l'extrémisme violent. Ce soir, je vais vous parler des jeunes générations du Sahel et de leur lutte pour se faire entendre, comme l'a si bien dit la modératrice dans son introduction. Comme vous le savez, le Sahel, en dépit de ses richesses culturelles et environnementales, se trouve confronté à une série de défis complexes et interconnectés. La détérioration de la situation sécuritaire, les impacts croissants du changement climatique, les perturbations politiques et économiques, ainsi que la persistance de la menace terroriste et de l'extrémisme violent se combinent pour entraver les progrès et la stabilité de cette région. Les femmes et les jeunes, représentant la grande majorité de la population dans la plupart des pays sahéliens, cependant, leur exclusion des processus de prise de décision persiste en particulier du fait du grand nombre de facteurs qui élargissent les fossés entre les dirigeants élus et leurs citoyens, affaiblissant les institutions de gouvernance et exacerbent les tensions sociales. À nos jours, le Sahel rassemble plus de 230 millions de jeunes de moins de 24 ans. Malgré ce poids démographique important, les jeunes de la région du Sahel occupent le bas de l'échelle sur la scène politique, sociale et aussi bien qu'économique. Dans les pays du Sahel, les femmes et les jeunes se heurtent à de nombreux obstacles dans leur tentative d'accès à la sphère politique et économique. Au plan politique, l'élite composée en grande majorité d'hommes âgés maintient son monopole sur le pouvoir. La pratique des gestes purement symboliques reste répandue à la place d'une représentativité, d'une représentation valable des femmes et des jeunes. Les femmes et les jeunes ne jouissent souvent pas des compétences nécessaires pour participer à la vie politique de manière formelle. Les facteurs économiques et sociaux qui sous-tendent ces phénomènes incluent la marginalisation économique des jeunes et des femmes et leur accès limité à l'éducation, en particulier pour les jeunes filles, et ce qui exclut ces groupes des postes de prise de décision et puis dans les domaines publics aussi. Au niveau culturel, les attitudes patriarcales et des convictions religieuses conservatrices qui se manifestent par une influence croissante des dirigeants et religieux sur les processus et les dirigeants politiques contribuent aussi à limiter l'accès des femmes aux sphères politiques dans les pays du Sahel. Pour les jeunes, ces facteurs sont graves par l'absence de quotas représentatifs spécifiques, des restrictions d'âge concernant leurs engagements politiques officiels, une expérience limitée et les coûts élevés de l'entrée en politique. De plus, le chômage et le sous-emploi des jeunes rendent ces groupes particulièrement vulnérables au recrutement par des groupes armés radicaux ainsi qu'une migration de plus en plus dangereuse vers l'Europe. Plusieurs initiatives ont tenté d'améliorer la participation politique des femmes et des jeunes dans les pays du Sahel. Ces initiatives incluent les votes de lois sur les quotas des femmes, l'adoption dans certains pays et l'adoption dans certains pays de la parité, entre autres. Au Sahel, les acteurs de la société civile ont aussi imaginé diverses stratégies. Donc, nous, International Alert, en tant qu'organisation, à travers ces différentes analyses, observations, nous avons analysé, nous avons travaillé avec les jeunes et les gouvernements et aussi les opérateurs économiques pour voir comment est-ce qu'ils peuvent accompagner les jeunes à les intégrer pour qu'ils puissent jouer un rôle efficace dans la prise de décision et aussi dans le développement de leur localité. Pour ceci, il y a quelques recommandations qui sont reformulées dans le cadre de cette rencontre. En premier lieu, nous suggérons la mise en œuvre des normes existantes et le renforcement des institutions afin d'améliorer la gouvernance démocratique et la participation citoyenne. Des stratégies novatrices doivent être élaborées afin de combler l'écart persistant entre les normes et leur mise en œuvre et de garantir que les divers principes et règles qui ont été formulées pour faire avancer la démocratie et les pratiques de gouvernance inclusive, y compris l'égalité entre les hommes et les femmes et la participation des femmes et des jeunes à la vie politique, soient entièrement concrétisées. En deuxième position, le renforcement des capacités des femmes et des jeunes afin de garantir une participation effective des femmes et des jeunes impliqués dans le processus de prise de décision. Les compétences de ces deux tranches de la population doivent être développées en matière de plaidoyer, de leadership, d'administration publique et de gestion de conflits et d'intégration des dimensions du genre. En troisième lieu, toujours, on parle de renforcement des capacités des mouvements des femmes et des jeunes existants, une solidarité et des synergies plus fortes entre les femmes leaders au-delà de leurs appartenances politiques et entre les jeunes élites politiques et leurs pairs qui demeurent exclus. Cela peut contribuer à élargir l'espace politique auquel l'accès des femmes et des jeunes est restreint. En quatrième point, nous parlons de l'amélioration de la fourniture des services sociaux et de soutien aux initiatives du secteur privé. L'éducation des jeunes et des filles est un facteur clé pour l'autonomisation des individus et des communautés et pour la participation citoyenne des femmes. L'accès des jeunes à des emplois de qualité pourrait les rendre moins vulnérables à l'emprise des groupes extrémistes violents. Et la cinquième recommandation est la promotion de l'approche multi-institutionnelle, implication des médias au-delà de leurs droits politiques. Des stratégies novatrices doivent être traitées et de la question du statut social et économique des femmes. Et en dernière position, nous parlons de la promotion de l'agenda paix, sécurité, genre, paix et sécurité, l'implication des femmes dans la prévention des conflits et les initiatives de paix à travers le Sahel représentent une condition essentielle pour la paix. Voilà un peu à ramasser ce que je voulais dire comme intervention par rapport à au thème de ce panel. Maintenant, pour les recommandations pour la continuité de l'appel de Sahel, si, sauf erreur de ma part, personne n'a parlé de la suite après ces deuxièmes sommets. Donc l'idée, c'est vraiment, comme l'a dit le précédent intervenant, c'est d'essayer de voir à travers ces différentes rencontres de 2021 à aujourd'hui, faire les ramasser de tout ce qui a été dit, tout ce qui a été formulé. Je pense qu'à travers les 5 rencontres thématiques qui regroupent les 5 principales problématiques de la région, tout a été analysé, tout a été dit et des solutions ont été proposées. L'idée vraiment, c'est d'avancer sur ces recommandations, élaborer un seul document commun qui va faire le résumé de toutes les recommandations, qui va servir de feuille de route pour la continuité du travail, de l'action sur le terrain. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, sir, for that. Ms. Cynthia Lopez Castro, the President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians and ex-official member of the HLAG. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, dear Emma. Well, first of all, I want to congratulate my friend Agnes for all this work, because it's not just here. We were working together very hard in the past weeks, the same as Bowden from Argelia. So I want to congratulate Agnes for all your job, for all your passion, and all that these forums is to be with Sahel. Also Bowden and Ambassador Mokhtar, also congratulate for all your job. I have been working with you, and you know, when you are a president of Women's Forum, you are a member of ex officio of all the committees. So of course it's impossible me to attend all, but I have decided to be here because it's very important for me, this topic, and to address the big problem that is for women in the situation of the Sahel. So I want just to Ambassador Mokhtar to commit, to make this commitment that I will be here if you accept me working with you. I'm very worried about women, and please count on Women's Parliamentary Forum to work together. So I would like to talk about the security in the crisis in Sahel that require military capabilities to fight violent extremisms. They need to improve the situation of women in Sahel that stands out. The improvement of these aspects, especially the situation of women and girls, is an essential and inalienable right, but it is also a key element for the economic and social development of these countries. So, as you know, women and girls are the main victims of violence and injustice. Affects disproportionately more women than any other sector, and mostly girls, adolescents, and we are concerned about this topic. So, at the same time, the main agents of the social change and fight for peace in their communities are women, are girls, are adolescents. So UNICEF has prepared a report highlighting that children in the Sahel are in maximum danger. So millions of boys and girls need humanitarian aid in the midst of an increasingly intense armed conflict and an extreme climate crisis. So insecurity and displacement are spreading beyond the borders of the central Sahel and are reaching remote communities with little infrastructure and very few resources, where children already have very limited access to services they need to survive and receive protection. So the armed conflict has forced nearly 2.7 million people. It's mainly half of a country, or it's a big population, to flee their lands and take refuge in camps for displaced persons or in vulnerable host communities, which greatly affect the situation of women and, again, especially girls. So the female population has gained momentum in its role as peace builder, even in the context of crisis and conflict suffered by some African countries. So Mainly they live in the remote areas without services or with very few services, dominated in most cases by jihadist groups. And this context, they organize and have made process support by the international community. So that's the important that women parliamentarians are here. I appreciate some of the participation of women in this forum because it's important. If we are not here participating, and it's mainly men, we cannot sometimes point or address the topic because it's not with the gender classes. So this topic has to be addressed with the gender classes, and we need to be here. So thank you so much for the women parliamentarians that are here participating. So these examples of the work that women do in these situations, such as in Nigeria. They created a women's movement and have stopped the use of female suicide bombers and favored the inclusion of women in the rural security teams. Likewise, women have had a strong participation as negotiators and mediators in situations linked to peace in the countries of the Sahel. That's another very important topic. If we have more women participating in the peace process, we will have a good result, but we need more women there. So likewise, women have had a strong participation as negotiators and mediators, as I said, in Sahel. So this crisis requires strengthening the humanitarian response as well as reinforcing short and long-term investment with special attention to the search for sustainable development with a security strategy and an improvement in the good governance of the countries. All of this that contributes to the consolidation of peace within these communities, especially for women, girls, adolescents that are suffering much more because of all the disadvantages that we have. So let's keep trying, and I appreciate Chad, Mali, Burkina Faso, and all the countries to be supporting the Sahel. We are all of us, we are with Sahel, and thank you, Agnes, for your work. Let's continue speaking loud. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Cynthia.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Rita.
All right. So we will kick into the session where we open up the floor for any questions or comments or contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you that we stick to strictly 3 minutes per participant. And for the sake of me not mispronouncing your names, I would rather call you by countries. I hope that's accepted. Thank you very much. We'll give the first opportunity to Zambia. Zambia, the floor is yours. Zambia?
Yeah, thank you very much. And I want to thank the people who have spoken before, bringing to the fore the issues in Sahel. And I think we have come to recognize that instability anywhere is instability everywhere. So that's why we want to call upon the various UN groups, the United Nations and the regional groups like the African Union and the regional groups like ECOWAS to partner and work together with the people of Sahel to ensure that the acts of terrorism and extreme violence are eradicated. This is preventing the voice of young people to be heard. And we know that a stable and peaceful world requires interdependence in implementing rule-based international controls. So in order to achieve sustainable peace, there's need to implement strategies such as disarmament, non-proliferation, and arms control as a way of preventing violent conflicts and terrorism. To this end, international cooperation and diplomacy is very important, and the adherence to agreements and treaties is essential to achieving sustainable growth. So we want to call upon international bodies to work with the people of Sahel and to ensure that there's, they have money to fight these extreme cases of violence and terrorism in order to help the young people there so that we can hear their voices. So disarmament is very important because there's a lot of inflow of arms which is not being accounted for. Non-proliferation and arms control, these are international measures that are aimed at contributing to sustainable peace by preventing violent conflicts. They form a comprehensive approach to addressing global security challenges through diplomacy, and the success of these efforts relies on cooperation among nations and the international community. Parliamentarians like ourselves are critical in this process.
Zambia, we need to round up.
They can provide oversight of their government to ensure successful implementation of the disarmament, non-proliferation, and arms control. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Zambia. Next on our list is the Parliament of ECOWAS. The floor is yours. Are they present? Are they ready? Doesn't look like it. We go on to the next. I thought somebody said something. Oh, okay. All right. So we move on to the next one. We move on to Morocco. Morocco, the floor is yours. Morocco, can you please switch your mic on? Thank you.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة. في البداية أريد أن أشكر السيدة الرئيسة أنيسي إغنيس وكذلك الشابة إيما أوتيكا والشاب الهاتيكو داغميسا والرئيسة سانتيا لوبيز على عروضهم القيمة. السيدة لوبيز تكلمت في الواقع في الصباح عن الساحل وعن المشاكل التي يتخبط فيها الساحل من الإرهاب وتطرف ومجاعة وهجرة داخلية وخارجية. وقالت السيدة أغنيس وأشكر على ذلك على أن هناك فساد كبير جدا في هذه المناطق وأن المساعدات التي تقدمها الدول الغنية تذهب إلى جيوب السياسيين الفاسدين وبالتالي يجب أن نتعامل مع السكان بطريقة مباشرة. وكذلك أن قالت أن شباب الساحل يحلم بأن يلعب الكرة ولا يحلم بأن يلعب مع الكلاشنيكوف. متفق عليه أنه يحلم بأن يلعب الكرة ويحلم كذلك بأن يتوفر على مدرسة وعلى مستشفى وعلى معمل يقوم يجد فيه عملا يوازيه. وقالت كذلك يجب أن لا نكون وقحين. يجب أن لا نكون وقحين مع هذه المناطق. مناطق الساحل، هل هذه المناطق هي فقيرة؟ أنا أقول فهذه المناطق غنية. فإفريقيا من أغنى القارات، فالساحل منطقة غنية. في 1.1 مليار من السكان الآن في إفريقيا. ففي 2050 سوف نكون هناك ما بين 2.5 إلى 3 مليارات من السكان في إفريقيا، أي ربع سكان العالم، وكلهم أغلبهم شباب في الوقت الذي في أوروبا سوف تشيخ وسوف تحتاج إلى أيادي عاملة وإلى شباب من هنا إلى في المستقبل. وبالتالي فإن إفريقيا لها من القدرات، لها من الكفاءات، والكفاءات هي أمامكم. أن الشباب إذا أعطيت له الإمكانية، فالمثل الذي نلاحظه هو مثل هذا الشاب الذي قدم هذا العرض وهذه الشابة التي قدمت هذا العرض. هذا هو النموذج للشباب الإفريقي، أن الشباب الإفريقي يكون قادرا على إنتاج شباب في المستوى التطلعات الذي نلاحظهم أطباء مهندسين في جميع الدول. هل إفريقيا فقيرة؟ أقول لا. إفريقيا لا تحتاج إلى هذه المساعدات التي نتكلم عنها كثيرا ولا توجد. نتكلم بكثرة عن المساعدات ولكن توجد. إفريقيا تحتاج إلى أن نرفع يدنا على بترولها، وأن نرفع يدنا على غازها وعلى غاباتها وعلى مناجمها وعلى ذهبها، لأن كل هذه الإمكانيات لو تم استغلالها لصالح هذه الشعوب لتوفر الشباب على مدارس، ولتوفر على مستشفيات، لتوفرت الفتيات.
Morocco, we need to round up.
هناك مدارس ولن نوجد بيئة تستطيع البيئة تمكن العديد كبير جدا من الشباب العاطل الغير مثقف من يذهب فريسة سهلة للمنظمات الإرهابية وللتطرف العنيف. إذن هذا هو المشكل. يجب على الدول الغنية أن ترفع يدها على ثروات هذه الدول لكي تستطيع أن تتقدم. هذا هو المساعدة التي يجب أن نعطيها. هذه التدخلات العسكرية في هذه الدول الخارجية هي التي أدت إلى هذه الانفصالات، إلى هذه الحروب التي نلاحظها يوميا في جميع المناطق، ونلاحظها في المناطق اللي هي غنية فيها معادن ثمينة لا يمكن من الناحية التكنولوجية أن نتقدم بدون استعمال هذه المواد التي توجد في إفريقيا. وأي دولة في هذه المعادن فيها حروب أهلية تكون وراء. هذه إفريقيا تصنع السلاح. إفريقيا لا تصنع السلاح. من أين يأتي السلاح لإفريقيا؟ يأتي من الدول الغربية. هل هذه الشاحنات التي تأتي إلى إفريقيا، هل هذه الأقمار الصناعية الكبيرة تستطيع أن تعلم من أين تأتي وإلى أين تذهب؟ أن فأرا يتحرك في الصحراء يمكن أن نلاحظه عن طريق الأقمار الصناعية، ولكن نخلع أعيننا، نسكت عن حوافل، عن كميات كبيرة من الأسلحة تتدفق إلى هذه الدول. إذن يجب علينا كبرلمانيين كممثلين أن نكون صرحاء ونتكلم بالصراحة. يجب أن نرفع كبيرا أيدينا على هذه المنطقة، ويمكن في 10 سنوات أن تطور هذه القارة، وأن لا تعطي ما نلاحظه من موتى في البحر الأبيض المتوسط من هجرة، ويكثر الكلام عن المهاجرين الأفارقة، ويكثر الكلام أكبر 90% من المهاجرين هم داخل إفريقيا، داخل الدول وداخل الدول المجاورة. جزء يسير من هذه المهاجرين هم الذين يصلون إلى إفريقيا، ويكون الكلام الكثير عن هجوم أفارقة على الغرب إلى آخره. شيء كما قالت السيدة، وأشكر على ذلك، التي قالت يجب أن لا نكون وقحين. لا يجب علينا أن لا نكون وقحين اتجاه هذه الشعوب. يجب أن نرفع أيدينا عن ثرواتهم، وسوف تلاحظون لهم قادرين على أن يكونوا بلدانا متطورة تعطي شبابا قادرا على تنمية مناطقهم. وشكرا لكم.
Thank you very much, Morocco. The next opportunity will be given to the Assembly of Francophone. Are we ready? All right, great.
Merci Madame la Présidente. L'Assemblée parlementaire de la francophonie est particulièrement affectée depuis quelques années par des crises politiques aiguës, et un certain nombre d'entre elles sont directement imputables à l'incapacité des pouvoirs civils à réagir et à combattre le terrorisme, et donc ce qui a amené à des coups d'État. Pas moins de 7 sections africaines de l'Assemblée parlementaire de la francophonie sont aujourd'hui suspendues à la suite d'une rupture de l'ordre constitutionnel, et je dirais qu'au moins 3 d'entre elles, dans 3 de ces pays, ces crises politiques viennent du problème du terrorisme. Alors, à l'origine de la francophonie figurent notamment les pays du Sahel. Donc c'est un traumatisme politique, je dirais, pour la francophonie, à la fois pour sa gouvernance et également pour son rayonnement, parce que nous ne pouvons plus travailler du point de vue politique avec ces pays. Cela dit, le pragmatisme, évidemment, nous incite à continuer la coopération interparlementaire avec les pays du Sahel. Et puisque j'interviens à la suite d'un panel sur la jeunesse, je voudrais donner l'exemple d'un Parlement francophone régional des jeunes que nous avons organisé en juillet dernier, le premier Parlement francophone régional des jeunes d'Afrique de l'Ouest. Pourquoi l'Afrique de l'Ouest? Nous avions amorcé cet événement au moment du Covid au niveau simplement des pays sahéliens, avec notamment l'appui du CIP du G5 Sahel. Mais il s'est avéré qu'en fait, après ces quelques années, le terrorisme avait dépassé les frontières du Sahel, et que donc le périmètre pertinent pour organiser une coopération de façon à lutter, à créer les conditions de la lutte contre le terrorisme, c'est devenu l'ensemble de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, voire des pays contigus, comme le Cameroun, évidemment le Tchad qui fait partie du Sahel mais pas de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, mais également le Cameroun et l'ensemble du Golfe de Guinée, puisque vous savez que la plupart des pays du Golfe de Guinée, leurs territoires septentrionaux sont atteints aujourd'hui par le terrorisme. Donc nous avons organisé cet événement au profit des jeunesses francophones de l'ensemble de l'Afrique de l'Ouest et des pays contigus pour essayer de réfléchir avec des représentants des sociétés civiles de tous ces pays aux moyens de créer une avant-garde de la jeunesse qui puisse défendre un autre modèle que celui qui est proposé par le terrorisme. Alors, donc ma conclusion, c'est que comme les voleurs et les gendarmes, je n'ai pas 10 secondes, comme les voleurs et les gendarmes, les terroristes aussi s'adaptent à des réactions nationales, et donc il y a un phénomène de contamination du terrorisme dans l'ensemble de cette zone. Donc autant l'Assemblée parlementaire de la francophonie estime que les contours conceptuels de l'appel pour le Sahel sont tout à fait pertinents, notamment cette notion de prise en compte holistique des problèmes. En revanche, peut-être faudrait-il repenser le champ géographique de ce travail de coordination pour prendre en compte l'expansion du terrorisme de ces dernières années. Merci.
Thank you very much. Shall we give the next platform to Chile, please?
Sí, acá. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Yo creo que soy la única de América Latina en esta zona, en esta región, pero no por ello no he escuchado atentamente lo que están aquí a los diferentes expositores planteando y veo que hay un lenguaje común. Hay terminología que es la misma que hoy día en América Latina y en nuestro país estamos escuchando a diario en nuestros debates, como es narcotráfico, control de armas, desplazamientos forzosos, corrupción, pobreza, falta de trabajo, falta de oportunidades, vulneración a mujeres, a jóvenes, espacios finalmente de mirar la vida con una estabilidad desde lo económico, desde lo político, y que aquí se ha reiterado que es uno de los elementos que propicia todo lo que es el terrorismo y el reclutamiento precisamente de jóvenes para poder ejercer esta actividad. Hoy día, diría yo, donde lo que tenemos que pensar cómo la combatimos es precisamente persiguiendo creo que en su eje central lo que es la ruta del dinero, finalmente, porque es una actividad que es muy lucrativa o resulta ser muy lucrativa para unos pocos y muy dañina para muchos. Precisamente ahí es donde esto va buscando espacios de control territorial, donde está el caos, está la incertidumbre, la inseguridad, y en ello lo que se hace también es, de esa manera, debilitar nuestra democracia, y es la democracia la que tenemos que cuidar y fortalecer, y en espacios como estos creo que se da para ello. En nuestro país, en Chile, hoy día se está cada día más sufriendo también la intervención y la llegada de crimen organizado, de asociación ilícita, de bandas internacionales que están reconocidas y que están en nuestro país, y para ello tenemos que enfrentarla en común en nuestra región, en nuestro continente, y para ello creo que no hay que tener ninguna flexibilidad ni ninguna, digamos, enjuiciamiento respecto a ideologías de ninguna especie, sino que en el caso mío como parlamentaria representar a la gente, a los ciudadanos que hoy día lo único que están pidiendo es precisamente seguridad, tranquilidad y tener decisiones y acciones duras y muy contundentes cuando se trata de rechazar y repudiar actos violentos y de terrorismo que de manera incipiente en nuestra zona sur están ocurriendo también. Entonces aquí veo una mirada que obviamente es del planeta. Uno, al escuchar lo que acá están planteando, nosotros pareciéramos estar años luz de esta realidad, pero lo que tenemos que hacer precisamente hoy día es poner el foco en la prevención, en no llegar a esos niveles, y para ello debemos hacerlo concluyo, con mi foco en la inmigración ilegal, que partió con esto uno de los opositores en el primer bloque, y precisamente ahí es donde tiene que haberse este combate que tiene que hacerse a nivel del planeta, pero en cada una de nuestras regiones, principalmente con los países en los que compartimos fronteras, porque no sacamos nada con que un país haga o avance en legislaciones y en políticas y en decisiones para erradicar cuáles son las políticas o las acciones que no van a favor de la seguridad de cada uno de los países y se combata, por lo tanto, en conjunto. Si no, vamos a trabajar mucho desde un territorio y en los otros no vamos a encontrar entonces una coordinación y un trabajo en conjunto, porque En este sentido tenemos que tener una mirada mucho más arriba de cada uno de los intereses de cada país, que son naturales y legítimos, pero cuando afrontamos esto en este tipo de espacios tiene que ser, por supuesto, que un trabajo mancomunado, coordinado.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please motivate that we please stick to 3 minutes. We do have another session, and we would want to give everyone a fair chance to please participate. The next on the floor is ECOWAS. The floor is yours. All right. We go to the next one, Kenya. Kenya, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. While we are actually concerned and very sympathetic with the situation in that area, Sahel, and call for immediate action, we call upon this conference that we are in today to also focus on combating terrorism in the rest that is spreading the rest of the region in Africa, especially the eastern part of this continent. Madam, we're also having the same problem. In addition, we know that the drug trafficking is one of the root causes of tourism. How can we combat this in the long run? That's a big question. Let's offer suggestions here, because that is what is there today. Let's actually come up with suggestions other than talking and talking. Child trafficking is another cause. Children are actually lured into countries only to end up with being terrorists, as they have no other option. They don't have another option. We have children moving to areas and they end up being terrorists. That is another serious case. Again, let's see how do we go about it. We also know that the poverty, which of course is in this area, and this is another cause, and therefore should have programs, initiate the programs. Let's talk about it as the community to see what programs can we have to be able to stop this kind of thing. Because I can tell you, from where I'm sitting, Madam Chair, we'll talk and hold conferences forever. Let's suggest and have specific recommendation. Even if you can come up with committees from here, and that happens in most parliaments, have the committees to come up with these particular solutions. Otherwise, we'll be talking forever and regretting forever. Our case, for example, Eastern Africa, we had problems. Children are taken elsewhere. And so what happens? They end up being the terrorists of their own country. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Kenya. I take into consideration that we do have some more members that would want to participate. Unfortunately, due to the constraint of time, we'll have to move these 3 countries to the 3rd session. With that said, I would like to thank you very much, and this ends my session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the moderator. Thank you very much, Madam Cynthia. Thank you, Dagamasia. Thank you for all your participation, and I would like to thank also the panelists and the speakers. Every message is now, it's been well taken. Morocco, Kenya, everybody, Iran, everybody talked, Saudi Arabia. All this will add in our discussion. We are targeting facts and impacts as everybody is asking us. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you allow us, we can start right now the 3rd session, which will be moderated by Honorable Member Mr. Monzer Budun, and also we will have Mr. Norbert Tanquano, the Executive Secretary of Jazi-5 Sahel, and Antonio Loze from the UNOCD. And we are honored also to have with us in this meeting the head of the Working Group on Science and Technology, which I would like, before starting the session, I just saw Dennis here. Okay, so we were having the head of the Working Group on Science and Technology, and we wanted to give him the floor, so we will postpone the discussions, please. We will postpone the intervention of Mr. Dennis until he comes back. Thank you very much. And Norbert, yes. Antonio. So Antonio from UNODC. Okay, so okay, he will come. So I give the floor to the moderator, and after the two panelists, we will have the closing session with a concrete plan of action for a change. With a concrete plan of action for a change. Thank you very much, and please, Honorable Monder, please take the role and please take the floor. Thank you very much.
شكرا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. سعادة النواب الحاضرون معنا هنا. القمة العالمية الثانية لمكافحة الإرهاب والتطرف العنيف. الأخ عمر مختار كبير مستشاري الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، السادة الخبراء، السادة المشاركون معنا هنا على هامش الجمعية العامة 147 للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي. أقدم لكم شخصي، أنا السيد منذر بودن، نائب رئيس المجلس الشعبي الوطني الجزائري، عضو الفريق الاستشاري الرافع المستوى لمكافحة الإرهاب والتطرف العنيف. أيضا تم انتخابي كرئيس مجموعة جيوسياسية لإفريقيا التي عادت رئاستها إلى شمال إفريقيا. سعيد بأن أكون جزءا من هذه القمة التي تأتي تتويجا للعمل الذي قدمناه منذ القمة الأولى في 2021 بفيينا. يكتسي هذا اللقاء أهمية بالغة، خاصة وأنه ينعقد على ضوء تحديات متصاعدة ومتسارعة يفرضها التصعيد الخطير للصراعات والتهديدات المتزايدة للإرهاب والتطرف العنيف في مناطق متفرقة من العالم وفي الساحل خصوصا. عملنا بجد والتزام كبيرين ضمن سلسلة نداء الساحل، وحاولنا الخوض في المسببات الأساسية لما آل إليه الوضع. وتعلمون أننا عقدنا 5 اجتماعات حول مواضيع مختلفة متعلقة بالأمن والتعليم، التنمية والتغيرات المناخية، وإشراك المجتمعات المحلية في مكافحة الإرهاب، والذي تشرفت بلاد الجزائر باستضافته. لقد عرفت السنوات الأخيرة تصاعدا كبيرا في حجم وشدة الاعتداءات الإرهابية التي تستهدف على حد سواء القوات المسلحة والسكان المدنيين، وهم يؤكدوا بشكل واضح وجود تهديدات مباشرة على الأمن والاستقرار والتنمية في المنطقة وبشكل متعدي لكل القارة الإفريقية بل ولكل العالم. إن الوضع في الساحل بلغ درجة بالغة التعقيد من تفاقم التهديدات الأمنية وصعوبة الأوضاع الاقتصادية والاجتماعية وتدهور المناخ، وهو ما يتطلب تضافر الجهود محلياً قارياً ودولياً لمجابهتها. وفي هذا الإطار يعد من الضروري التركيز اهتمامنا على تحليل العوامل التي أدت إلى تفاقم مستوى التهديد الإرهابي ومظاهر التطرف في المنطقة على غرار تنقل المقاتلين الأجانب من مناطق نزاعية أخرى وإعادة انتشار التنظيمات الإرهابية واستغلال الفضاء السيبراني لنشر خطاباتها المغذية للإرهاب والتطرف العنيف وكذا روابط التقاطع بين الإرهاب والإجرام المنظم العابر للحدود بما في ذلك المخدرات، الهجرة غير الشرعية ودفع الفدية، وأخيرا ضعف المؤسسات وتزايد الانقلابات، وآخرها ما حدث في النيجر كما تابع الجميع. من الواضح أن مختلف المؤسسات والهيئات تلعب دورا كبيرا في مكافحة التطرف العنيف والإرهاب على غرار الأجهزة الأمنية والقضاء والهيئات الدينية ومختلف مكونات المجتمع المدني. كما تشمل مكافحة التطرف العنيف إعادة التأهيل وإعادة الإدماج والتربية بما فيها التطوير الملموس لطرق التعليم والتكوين المهني والتشغيل، وكذا دور وسائل الإعلام في نشر قيم الوسطية والاعتدال. إن مكافحة الإرهاب والتطرف العنيف من منظور التجربة الجزائرية كان دوما بمثابة التزام يتجلى على الصعيد الثنائي والإقليمي والدولي وعلى مستوى منظمة الأمم المتحدة، وإننا نؤمن بأن القضاء على هذه الظاهرة يكمن في القضاء على مسبباتها وتجفيف منابعها، والمسببات التي من بينها الهشاشة وانعدام التنمية على رأس تلك المسببات. ونحن نقف في إطار التعاون إلى جانب شعوب الساحل ارتكاز على قيم التآزر والتكافل والتضامن، وفي هذا الصدد فإن هذا الموقف يستند إلى رغبة بلادي في ألا تشهد شعوب وبلدان أخرى أبدا المآسي التي عاش شعبها بسبب التطرف العنيف والإرهاب. كما ذكرت كانت بلادي الجزائر استضافت الاجتماع الثاني من سلسلة الاجتماعات الموضوعاتية حول الساحل، حيث شارك فيه 40 برلماني من الساحل، 40 من العلماء والدعاة من الساحل، 40 من الأعيان ووجهاء القبائل. كان اجتماع تفاعلي، وأيضا زدنا على ذلك أن شارك أيضا حوالي 20 طالب يمثلون دول الساحل، لأن لما نتكلم عن الفئات الهشة أكيد أننا نتكلم عن المرأة والشباب. ولذلك نتمنى بعد العقد القمة الثانية العالمية الثانية لمكافحة الإرهاب والتطرف العنيف كما تفضل بعض الزملاء أن نتوجه الآن إلى الميدان والعمل الميداني. اسمحوا لي كمؤطر لهذه الحصة أن أقدم الكلمة للسيد نوربرت طونكوانو، السكرتير التنفيذي للجنة G5 ساحل، فليتفضل مشكورا.
Merci. PowerPoint. C'est bon? Voilà. Merci, chers participants. Je voudrais, avant tout propos, dire merci à l'ambassadeur Mokhtar et l'ensemble de son équipe qui nous a permis de pouvoir pleinement participer à la présente activité, notamment en nous demandant d'intervenir sur la question du développement au Sahel, à savoir comment aider concrètement le Sahel. Alors, l'appel du Sahel, le développement est la solution. Comment aider le Sahel et selon quelles priorités? Je commence par la citation d'un directeur adjoint du comité le comité international de la Croix-Rouge. Alors, il dit ceci: les problèmes de sécurité au Sahel captent toute l'attention, mais cela occulte une tragédie, celle des millions de familles qui ont faim
et doivent lutter pour leur survie. Donc au Sahel aujourd'hui, c'est une question de survie. Alors, il ajoute, il y aura de graves conséquences, notamment davantage de déplacements. Et beaucoup de ces zones constituent déjà des terreaux fertiles pour la radicalisation et l'extrémisme violent. Plusieurs intervenants l'ont dit ici, le terrorisme se nourrit de la pauvreté, essentiellement. Donc, ce qu'il faut faire au Sahel, c'est aider le Sahel à se développer. Alors, et ce qui rejoint l'initiative de l'appel du Sahel, qui a constaté que tout n'est pas de faire la guerre, mais il faut aider à développer. Alors, donc, mais l'aide au développement, ça existait déjà au Sahel. Pourquoi il est nécessaire de changer la manière d'aider? C'est ça, c'est de ça qu'il est question. Alors, pourquoi l'aide au développement peine à booster le développement au Sahel? Donc, je dois rappeler d'abord ici que la région du Sahel a reçu plusieurs aides au développement. Et relativement, par exemple, au PIB, on note que c'est en moyenne 7% du PIB de ces pays. Et l'Union européenne est le premier PTF, le partenaire technique financier en matière d'aide au développement au Sahel. Cependant, ces pays occupent la dernière place dans le classement de l'indice mondial au développement humain. Alors, pourquoi ce phénomène? L'aide au développement peine à booster le développement des pays du Sahel. Et je vous cite des extraits de rapports, soit des pays occidentaux eux-mêmes, soit des rapports faits par les Africains. Je commence par le rapport du Sénat français 2016, qui est réalisé au Mali et qui indique ceci. Depuis 20 ans, les gouvernements maliens successifs et les partenaires au développement constatent l'échec de leur politique de développement au nord du pays et de l'atteinte d'un de leurs principaux objectifs, la stabilité dans ces régions. Alors, un ancien directeur de la Banque mondiale aussi a affirmé à la même période que le revenu par tête d'habitant des pays du Sahel est aujourd'hui réellement plus faible qu'il ne l'était à l'indépendance. Malgré une croissance forte du PIB, très souvent annoncée dans nos pays, ces pays se sont donc appauvris. C'est une triste réalité. Alors, je cite un autre rapport d'évaluation. Ça, c'est un rapport d'évaluation de la Commission européenne, de la Belgique, du Danemark, de la France, du Luxembourg, réalisé au Niger. Ils disent ceci. La coopération de l'Union européenne n'a pas permis d'inverser la tendance générale de stagnation, sinon d'appauvrissement de la population nigérienne. Je continue la citation. Ils finissent par dire ceci. Toutefois, au vu des résultats obtenus, l'évaluation conclut qu'au Niger, les bailleurs de fonds ont pratiqué l'aide sans développement. C'est ce qui nous intéresse. Il y a eu de l'aide, mais l'aide n'a pas permis de développer. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Alors, pourquoi le développement peine à s'amorcer au Sahel? Premièrement, l'insécurité, les conflits internes et externes. Quand vous prenez des pays comme le Tchad, il n'y a pas que des problèmes de Boko Haram, de conflits internes, mais il y a par exemple des questions de réfugiés venant du Soudan. J'ai lu des rapports qui disent que malgré le flux massif et l'émotion internationale, le Tchad avait besoin d'un certain nombre d'aides pour aider à gérer les réfugiés du Soudan, mais malheureusement, il n'a reçu qu'autour de 18%. Alors, donc, la même chose pour le Burkina qui avait déjà accueilli beaucoup de réfugiés et le Niger également. Mais bien sûr, depuis des années, il y a de la corruption aussi dans ces États. Il y a les problèmes naturels, les problèmes climatiques. Aujourd'hui, les experts ont montré que le réchauffement climatique est le plus élevé au Sahel, autour de 5 à 6%. Et les catastrophes naturelles, ça retarde. L'usage inapproprié de l'aide au développement, l'aide publique au développement, qui est mal utilisée dans le pays du Sahel. Mais bien sûr, quelqu'un l'a relevé aussi, les influences des puissances extérieures dans nos États. Ça a freiné le développement. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire? C'est ce qui nous intéresse. Mais avant d'en venir à ce qui nous intéresse, qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire maintenant? Il faut d'abord donner quelques indicateurs qui découlent de ce retard de développement. Je note qu'environ 5 115 341 personnes déplacées internes, réfugiés et demandeurs d'asile sont enregistrés au mois de juin 2023 au Sahel. Ça, ce sont les sources des Nations Unies, le HCR notamment, le Haut Commissariat des Nations Unies pour les réfugiés. Donc, 5 115 341 personnes ne peuvent plus vivre chez eux, ils sont déplacés. De façon générale, au Sahel, une personne sur 3 recherche l'aide ou la protection, voilà, de façon urgente. Alors, le tableau statistique donne ce que vous voyez. Donc, pour les réfugiés, le Tchad est en tête avec 65%, suivi du Niger, la Mauritanie, le Mali et le Burkina Faso. Mais en termes de déplacés internes, c'est le Burkina qui est en tête avec 2 62 000 personnes qui sont déplacées, suivi du Mali, du Niger et du Tchad. Alors, il y a aussi le fait que le développement industriel n'existe plus, puisque depuis plus d'une dizaine d'années, 15 ans, on est dans la lutte contre le terrorisme, les industries ne fonctionnent plus. Et ensuite, il faut... Ça ne défile pas. OK, merci. Alors donc, il y a aussi la faiblesse des investissements directs. Selon le classement Doing Business, et le classement mondial là, parmi les 40 pays où il y a plus d'investissements étrangers, les pays du Sahel sont classés. Ils sont classés donc parmi les derniers pays où il y a une attraction en termes d'investissement au classement mondial. Ensuite, il y a quand même le fait que les conflits pèsent sur les finances publiques de ces pays. Donc, ils sont obligés d'utiliser toutes les recettes fiscales, douanières pour payer des armes. Donc, finalement, il ne reste plus rien pour le développement. Il faut que je mette comme ça. Ensuite, maintenant, quels sont les énormes défis à relever? C'est en matière d'éducation, d'emploi des femmes et d'énergie. Les indicateurs d'éducation au Sahel sont très alarmants. Donc, on dit à peu près 35% et de façon générale d'élèves et de scolaires n'achèvent pas leur cursus scolaire. Donc, il y a un retard d'éducation. Ensuite, il y a la question de la scolarisation spécifiquement des jeunes filles qui pose problème. C'est un énorme défi à relever. Je ne reviens pas là-dessus. La présidente du Forum des femmes l'a dit. Ensuite, il y a les inégalités. Les inégalités du genre qui restent très marquées, qui freinent l'autonomisation des femmes. Environ 6% seulement des femmes de plus de 25 ans achèvent leur cycle, je l'ai dit. Le taux d'électrification, autour de 33%. Ça, c'est vraiment alarmant. Sans énergie, sans électrification, on ne peut rien faire. Au Sahel, ils sont autour de 33%, contre une moyenne africaine de 56% et 17% en milieu rural. 17% en milieu rural. Vous avez suivi l'actualité au Niger. À la suite du coup d'État, le Nigeria a coupé la fourniture d'électricité au Niger. Et donc, le Niger ne fonctionne actuellement qu'avec 30% d'énergie. Toute la journée, il n'y a pas d'électricité au Niger, pratiquement. Voilà. Alors, sur quoi doit-on agir aujourd'hui dans le cadre du soutien au développement du Sahel? D'abord, il faut rappeler, comme le représentant du Maroc l'a souligné, il y a d'énormes potentialités. Ces pays sont pauvres, mais regorgent de potentialités minières. Il y a l'or, par exemple, au Burkina Faso, au Mali. Le Burkina compte, par exemple, autour de 9 mines industrielles, mais toutes étrangères. Donc, ces pays n'arrivent pas à exploiter leurs ressources minières. Ce sont les pays étrangers qui exploitent et qui leur donnent parfois 2%. Et ils vont avec le reste. Donc, ils ont l'uranium à le Niger, il y a le zinc, la bauxite, le manganèse, tout ça là au Burkina Faso. Il y a le pétrole au Niger et au Tchad, c'est connu. Donc, en principe, il y a des potentialités. Et il y a le monde agricole. Ces pays pratiquent l'agriculture à hauteur de 85%, mais ils peinent à être autosuffisants en matière d'alimentation. Environ 3 à 4% de croissance démographique par an. Quelqu'un l'a dit. C'est quand même aussi une richesse, le fait d'avoir des populations jeunes et avoir en tout cas des bras valides capables de travailler. Mais il existe déjà quelques initiatives comme l'Alliance Sahel, Facilité G5 Sahel et autres initiatives sur lesquelles on peut déjà se baser pour progresser dans le cadre de l'appel du Sahel. Mais comment il faut le faire? Il faut le faire selon un certain nombre de principes et de règles. Il ne faut pas venir faire le développement à la place des Sahéliens. Il faut aider les Sahéliens eux-mêmes à faire le développement. C'est pour ça que j'ai présenté ici les grands principes qui gouvernent la responsabilisation de ceux qu'on aide. Certains l'ont appelé les principes de Paris. C'est d'abord le principe de l'appropriation. Les pays bénéficiaires du développement, de l'aide au développement, ils doivent réellement exercer une maîtrise de l'aide. Voilà, il faut les laisser eux-mêmes maîtriser la façon dont ils veulent se développer. L'alignement. Le principe de l'alignement, c'est que ceux qui donnent, ceux qui financent, ils doivent permettre à ce financement-là de s'intégrer déjà dans les plans de développement qui existent au plan national. Il ne faut pas leur imposer des principes et des règles de financement. Il y a l'harmonisation, il y a la gestion axée sur les résultats et il y a la responsabilité mutuelle. Si on n'applique pas ces principes, on va toujours aider sans faire le développement. Enfin, je voudrais finir par les domaines prioritaires. Quels sont les domaines prioritaires actuellement au Sahel? C'est d'abord l'amélioration de la gouvernance, quelqu'un l'a dit, grâce au renforcement de nos États qui ont vraiment des difficultés. Ensuite, il y a la prévention et l'endiguement des conflits violents. Nous sommes en plein dans la lutte contre le terrorisme, donc il faut soutenir ces actions. Certains pays l'ont dit, même aux Nations Unies, même pour payer des armes, ils ne peuvent pas le faire avec leur argent. Donc il faut aider ces pays à acquérir les moyens nécessaires pour lutter contre le terrorisme. Il y a le soutien à la jeunesse. Je l'ai dit, la jeunesse est la plus nombreuse dans nos pays. Mais cette jeunesse est dans le chômage. Ils ont besoin de projets, ils ont besoin qu'on crée l'entrepreneuriat privé, etc. pour eux. L'autonomisation des femmes et des filles. On a dit que le chômage et la pauvreté ont un visage féminin en Afrique et au Sahel en particulier. Donc il faut aider les jeunes filles et les jeunes femmes à être autonomes. Et quand une femme est suffisamment aguerrie, elle est suffisamment aidée, elle aide beaucoup d'autres femmes et beaucoup d'autres hommes. Ensuite, en cinquième position, c'est l'appui à la structuration des filières agricoles et l'appui au développement du secteur privé et de l'entrepreneuriat. Donc si on agit sur au moins ces 5 ou 6 piliers, je pense qu'on dira demain que l'appel du Sahel a donné des fruits. Merci.
Merci, M. Tonkwano, pour les efforts fournis. Maintenant, la parole est à son Excellence. La parole maintenant à M. Antonio Luzzi, chargé de programme, bureau du chef du service de la prévention du terrorisme, l'ONU-DC.
Monsieur Honorable Boudin, merci beaucoup. Honorable members of Parliament, Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I am deeply honored to be here today representing the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime at the second Global Parliamentary Summit on Countering Terrorism and Violent Extremism. Addressing the call of the Sahel, I would like to express my gratitude, first of all, to the Parliament of Angola for hosting this conference, and to our colleagues at the IPU Secretariat, as well as all the parliamentarians with whom we have shared intense collaboration and memorable experiences in the past 4 years. I would like to reiterate that IPU is a key partner for UNODC, instrumental in expanding our outreach to the international parliamentary community beyond our traditional work with governments. Among the many accomplishments, I would like to mention the publication of the Model Legislative Provisions for Victims of Terrorism and the direct access for parliamentarians to Sherlock, which is UNODC's repository of worldwide legislation on terrorism and other crimes covered by our mandate. We are proud to be one of the organizations that strongly supported the call of the Sahel in Vienna since the very beginning back in 2021, and to have contributed with our technical expertise to this subsequent thematic meetings that have brought us here today. The celebration of this summit underscores the collective commitment of the international community to address the pressing challenges of terrorism and violent extremism in this region. Allow me to focus on two thematic areas in particular, which are security and community and prevention, where UNODC can really bring its added value given our experience and our mandate. And in the meanwhile, I will also propose some recommendations based on the work that we already do in the region. So we strongly welcome, as I said, and support this initiative. And under the pillar of security, for us, it becomes imperative to fight terrorism in conflict zones and battlefields, to ensure that the criminal justice system remains functional and can continue to exercise its functions. Sometimes civilian actors cannot intervene, criminal justice actors, as first responders, and in that case, in conflict areas, the role of military becomes crucial. They become the de facto first responders, have the important responsibility of securing an area where terrorists have performed actions, and also they have to play the role of supporting the civilian criminal justice response. So, despite the security and military nature of this response, they have to also serve and support prosecution-related goals. And it is important to work on interagency coordination mechanisms with law enforcement, criminal justice actors, the creation of adequate legal framework of such collaboration, and the need to build the capacity of first responders with basic technical requirements to collect and preserve evidence that can be later admitted in trial. And this responds to the Sustainable Development Goal 16, which is also to promote peace and sustainable and strong institutions. Criminal justice is a very important element of this goal. We have already worked in these matters in the Sahel, and we are ready to support Sahel member states in this upon their requests. It is important, therefore, that as security prevention and response to terrorism includes a strong criminal justice element based on a normative legal framework that respects the core principles of the rule of law, due process, gender and human rights. In this regards, also parliamentarians play a crucial role in developing a comprehensive counter-terrorism legal regime that reinforces the rule of law and justice at national and local levels. UNODC can work with parliaments on the ratification of the 19 conventions and protocols against terrorism, legislative review, and national city strategies, and ensure an adequate response to evolving threats. Under community and prevention, and I permit myself to put these two areas together because working with communities is a preventive effort. The key word is resilience, being strong, able to withstand and recover quickly. So to do this, we need to empower local communities who are part of the solution. And we have to engage with local leaders, civil society, to address the root causes of radicalization, build trust, and prevent extremism from taking root. And this is an integral part of UNODC's Terrorism Prevention Branch global program presented last year, where three elements stand out. And Mr. Tancoano highlighted it very well: women, youth, and I would also like to add a pillar which are victims of terrorism. UNODC believes that women can play an important role in preventing and counter-terrorism. It is crucial to adopt a gender-sensitive approach. In this regard, the Terrorism Prevention Branch has been running initiatives to teach women how to recognize signs of radicalization. And we also address gender stereotypes regarding the roles of women in terrorist groups and have promoted gender-sensitive investigations and prosecutions. In Africa, but worldwide as well, we have trained more than 600 policymakers in over 30 countries. In youth, we have already mentioned that youth is central, especially in Africa and the Sahel, which is demographically a young continent. Young people can be vulnerable to narratives that propagate intolerance, glorify violence, and they put them on a path towards joining terrorism and terrorist groups. However, young people can also promote a counter-narrative and support approaches that prevent all these behaviors. At UNODC, we have recently launched an initiative to empower young law enforcement and to create a network of young law enforcement and criminal justice practitioners, aiming to create networks and a common culture of peace and mutual trust among the community of law enforcement and criminal justice, but also between the state structures and the public. We have also created preventing violent extremism networks, particularly in Asia, and we are ready to reply this successful pattern also as well in the Sahel, collaborating with government, religious leaders, and civil society. Finally, we must address the needs and the rights of victims of terrorism, including justice reparations, support, protection, compensation, and assistance. We have addressed this in the model legislative provisions of victims of terrorism, and we will also like to work with victims, in particularly with victims associations, and on the message that they can convey, and offer them a space to share their trauma and terrible experiences, and this could help, ultimately, society to have a better understanding and prevent terrorism. So, in sum, I would like to reaffirm our commitments to collaborate with IPU and parliamentarians in the call of the Sahel, and to support a comprehensive, holistic approach in security, community engagement, and prevention. We are ready to start implementing initiatives that address the immediate threats and the underlying factors that contribute to the spread of terrorism. Legislation, capacity building, reinforcing the criminal justice system, working with women, youth, and victims of terrorism. The people of Sahel are counting on us to make a difference in their lives, and we must not let them down. We have to invest in their future, and we can create a more secure, stable, and prosperous Sahel for the generations to come. Thank you.
I can finish now. Merci, Monsieur Antonio Luzet de l'ONUDC. الكلمة الآن الأخ سعادة السفير عمر مختار كبير مستشاري الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي والقائم على عمل هذه اللجنة من الأمانة العامة للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، وأول من رافق عمل هذه اللجنة وعمل نداء حول الساحل، فليتفضل مشكورا.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I would like to thank Norbert and Antonio, the real partners, and from the beginning and the start. I would like to thank Algeria again and again for the role of Algeria and Mr. Boudin's personal role in bringing us to Algeria and bringing all the tribes to us. I was going to only focus on the story of how we are here and what are the next steps. I just want in brief to inform everyone that really I hope in this meeting that it won't be like the others. The speakers of Mali and Chad and everybody and Tanquano, they have already witnessed around 375 meetings regarding the Sahel. 375 meetings regarding the Sahel. Traveling, tickets, carbon print, coordination mechanisms, resolutions, pink, blue, inks on paper, and nothing on the ground. I pray God, and I wish that this is not one of them. I wish that that would be the start. In our approach to the crisis of the Sahel, we had to resort to scientists. We were We failed with bureaucrats, we failed with politicians, we failed with realities, so we went to scientists. We brought with us all the Sahel people, either to CERN, to physics, either to sociology, either to theology, to find a solution. We discovered that it's a very complex, up to the level that even environment is making conspiracy on the people of the Sahel. So we started by the global level in the first meeting for environmental approach, the environmental degradation and the relation between the environmental degradation and the proliferation of the extremism. In this vacuum, in this environment of vacuum, it is always filled with terrorism. And then we turned to the community, the people, and all of the people you've seen here, all the panelists, they were there. We thought that community is going to be a problem of theology. We thought that we should deal with the matter from the religious point of view. Apparently not. It was all about development. It's a $50. It can easily turn a simple human being to a terrorist. It's not a curriculum of jihad. It's just a $50 and a motorcycle. And here we have a jihadists. In Algeria, it was the first close-up meeting with every level of people, even ex-terrorists. Ex-terrorists, they were with us. They were telling us about the secrets. We talked about, and after we took our recommendations, we realized that there are many efforts from all the countries, but they are not coordinated. It's in competitive format. Even religion there, in competitive format. It's not in a unified format, competitiveness. We heard about the proxy war. We heard about the richness of the Sahel and the poorness of the people. We heard about exploitation. We heard about lots of things. So what are we going to do? We discovered that everything should be met with development, and if you really want to address the problem in the Sahel, you have to invest in developments. You don't need to transfer much more arms. You don't need to recruit and to militarize the military more and more. Are the people willing to really invest in development? Are they really invest in the lives and the prosperity and the future of the Sahel people? This is the question that we should ask ourselves. The wind of changes have exposed the realities. It is the people who would like to have another life. It's the end of colonialism. It is the new future. A Nigerian thinker one time said, we cannot get rid of colonialism unless we get rid of the ability to be occupied. We still are able to be occupied. It seems that the destiny of the Sahel people is to be always able to be occupied. The Sahel people is revolting. This wind of changes, they are asking for a change, and they are asking the world to look at them in equal manner. The conclusion that we are going to have, we are going all to read. The people of the Sahel are really, from what I heard and from what I've been living there. I've been living in Niger, Mali, I traveled, I stayed on the ground with everybody, and they all want equality in the new world order. They want to be exactly as the others. Victims are the same. The outside package of humanity by the colors does not reflect on the inside. We all have the same type of bloods and the same type of everything. So they need an equality. They need a new approach from the world to the Sahel. They want to uphold the human rights. We always hear about the human rights and committees about the human rights, but what about the human rights of the people of the Sahel? It is not there yet. They need to have access to clean water. They need to have quality and education. They need for the world to address them in equal manner, exactly like in Europe, like in the Middle East. They are not less. We are trying to grab the attention of the people of the problem of the Sahel and look around you. Who's there? Who's here? If it was about another case, and I don't want to name other crises, you will find this place packed. Development is the answer of terrorism, with seriousness, with projects. Yes, United Nations needs to do much more work, much more clear work, and the people of the Sahel need to feel that work on the ground. The governance in the Sahel is a big issue. We have a conflict perspective between the West. The West say that they cannot develop in a country with corruption. At the same time, this country doesn't own the means of their power, the means of their treasures. There is a new social contract should be done between the Sahel people and the world. And this is what we are witnessing right now. There is a kind of an outcome document which is based on our scientific and evidence-based approach to the crisis and the elements of the crisis. We are, after the discussion within the HLAG and the discussion with the members and the results, we said that there is a need to have an ad hoc committee only focusing on the Sahel and the call of the Sahel, only focusing on the recommendations of the call of the Sahel and how it will be implemented. This ad hoc committee, it should help and support the Secretariat of the Sahel. We don't want to hire new people in any other organization. We only want to have the right Secretariat in the Sahel to manage all those projects. The parliamentarians need to know what type of project is implemented and you need to monitor this. The parliamentarians around the world, they need to monitor what's happening in the Sahel because it is the reason and it's a core important part of the peace and security of the world. It's exactly like any other crisis, by the way. I just want to emphasize on this. If you really count the amount of millions massacred in Africa, they are a big amount of numbers. Millions. Millions. But we don't remember them because they didn't write the history. They don't have the means to write their history, and they would like to write their own history. So establishing an ad hoc committee with a real reporting for everybody. This ad hoc committee is not another blah blah. It's not another talk and visits and travel camp and travel clubs. I received from Mali, from our honorable Speaker of Mali before, and an honorable Speaker of Niger, that they want to stop this, what they call counter-terrorism travel club. That we only go to travel because the tickets are there, and let's go travel and that's it. We want to stop this. We want to focus on projects. Those projects should be with partnership with the parliamentarians on the ground. I'm very happy that the IPU is the only organization that can help. My colleagues behind me, the first committee which we had listened to the president of that committee, the first standing committee on peace and security, they are working in governance. We have a program division that they are working on governance and equality and all the other important items for addressing the terrorism. The people of the Sahel region urge the global community to move beyond mere discussions and take concrete actions. It's time to translate from talking and committees and coordinations and organizations and everything and with whatever to really talk how can we implement this. We want to see on the ground. We want to see how can countries, big countries, Saudi Arabia. I start with Saudi Arabia because their importance in the region. I start with Saudi Arabia. Really, I'm counting on Saudi Arabia, China, all those countries to really come together. They all have a huge amount of work, but there is no coordination. I heard today the member from Saudi Arabia who said it's important to coordinate between the United Nations Organization and the IPU and all the funders. It's the only way. The outcome of the summit is not only to raise awareness of the political situation of the Sahel countries. It's also to ask the people to do their part, institutionalizing the relationship between legislators and the executives on the national and the international level for the support of the global effort for countering terrorism is important. Increasing awareness of resources needed for implementation and funding the gaps for Sahel countries. There are specific projects, many projects, it needs to be implemented. We are calling the IPU from its outcome, which is right now being drafted and it will be issued tomorrow. They are calling for a real serious commitment from the global parliamentary community. There needs to be a coordinated roadmap. We need to stop the clubs, travel clubs. We need to stop competition for the sake of the people of the Sahel. NGOs and civil society, they are playing a big role, and we have to coordinate with them. We are going to finalize today, based on those discussions, an outcome document that will be issued tomorrow. We are going to establish, to institutionalize our extended secretariat between the G5 Sahel and the IPU program on countering terrorism. That will be, and then will be an ad hoc committee from it's not another committee and another talk, it's the ad hoc committee in the HLAG that will monitor the work of the Sahel. The outcome document is being distributed right now, and there's no need to read it more. I just want to really thank you all for coming and for attending that meeting. And all what I really want to ask is that we need to put our conscience right now. And personally, I would like to have, we will ask the world for a commitment. Starting from tomorrow, we will ask every country for its commitment to the Sahel countries. Again, I would like to thank the panelists. And I would like to thank also the other committees, especially the Working Group on Science, which with the permission, with the chair, I would like to finish my part, and I would like, after the permission of the chair, to give the floor to the head of the Working Group on Science, who hosted representatives from the Sahel countries in CERN, the Mecca of science, in Pyongyang, the land of knowledge. They came, they lived together, they brought the cases and the problems of the Sahel from the Burkina Faso and from every country, from the Sahel, to those scientists to find a solution. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your participation. You have the outcome, we are working on it, there are concrete plan of action, and after the permission of the chair of this meeting, who is really, I can talk a lot, but his commitment brought us to this point, and we are counting on Algeria for the next meeting, and we are counting on Algeria to work in the Sahel more and more. It's a very easy access to the Sahel. Morocco played a wonderful role and playing a wonderful role. If we can all cooperate for the sake of Sahel, it will be the targeted what we want. Your Excellency, Mr. Chair, I would like to, by your permission, if you allow us, to give the floor as the last speaker for the chair of the Working Group on Science and Technology, Honorable Denis Norton from Ireland, as he hosted all the activities, as he came with us, and we thought that the only way that we can do this is to have, when we talk about science for peace and the role of science in implementing peace, we said it's very simple. Let's make one project in the Sahel countries. Let's go there on the ground. Let's really go to Mali. We were supposed to go to Mali, but we were afraid, but let's go to Mali and Burkina. The only way that we can express our sincerity and our commitment is on the ground. Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Thank you all. And if you allow us, can we give the floor to Honorable Denis Norton, the head of the Working Group on Science. Thank you very much, sir.
Shukran. Monsieur Denis, à vous la parole.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for giving me the floor. I'm going to wear two hats, and I'm going to be very brief. First of all, as the chair of the Inter-Parliamentary Union Working Group on Science and Technology, it has been an honour for me to be bringing people from the Sahel together with scientists, eminent scientists from around the world, looking at this whole concept of science for peace, how we can take the conflict out of issues, look at an evidence-based, solution-focused approach to addressing real and practical challenges that people are facing. And the issue that we've been primarily looking at to date has been the issue of water. And, you know, life starts from water. Conflict in many parts of the world is focused around water. And I think if we can take the lines on a map, the cultural differences out of these debates and purely focus on a solution-based approach, I think we can help to start building stronger relationships, building trust. And we've seen that firsthand in Ireland in terms of our own peace process, where we have used the scientific community to build that relationship. Wearing my second hat as a member of the Irish Parliament, our delegation, the Irish delegation, had a bilateral meeting with our colleagues from the G5 Sahel in Bahrain. And we reiterated the importance of initiatives that are actually African-led and that build upon the knowledge and lessons learned from local communities themselves. But I think, you know, we need to move this story on. We've been talking about this long enough. Let's now move to an action phase in relation to it. And could I respectfully suggest to the meeting here that we take this document, the Call of the Sahel, we bring it back to our own parliaments, that we formally present it in a motion to our parliaments and have it debated and adopted in those parliaments. And then we press each of our governments to implement it through a coordinated, international, holistic approach that is not just focused on the issue of security alone, but it addresses, for example, the growing food crisis in the Sahel, the accelerating numbers of displaced persons, the deterioration of the protective environment, particularly for women and girls, and the alarming numbers of children that are denied the right to education due to school closures. But before we do that, before we debate the Call of the Sahel in our parliaments, I would challenge the IPU to record the stories of the talented women and young people from the Sahel, so that we could hear their voices and hear their stories and be informed by those before we contribute to those debates. Or alternatively, and hopefully directly through technology, hear them directly in relation to it. Because the voices, their voices, similar to the voices that we heard in the panel here earlier today, and that of Emma, where she spoke as a young person, as a young MP, about the appalling figures that only 1 in 2 young people in the Sahel region of Africa are literate. You are never going to address the challenges in the Sahel if people cannot read and write, and that needs to be a priority. And what I'm saying is, and I'm giving a commitment here, if we do that, take this document, work with the communities within the Sahel region to tell their story. I'm giving a commitment on behalf of the Irish delegation that we will take it to the floor of both chambers in our parliament. We will have it adopted, and we will have the Irish government bring that forward at both the EU and UN levels. And I give a commitment that I will work with my parliamentary network, that our parliamentarians in the Irish Parliament will work with our parliamentary networks to have similar motions adopted in other parliaments around the world. And I would ask each and every one of you here to do that, to take that commitment and to deliver on it over the coming weeks and months. Thank you very much.
شكرا للجميع. شكرا لكل من ساهم ويساهم في إنجاح العمل نداء الساحل الذي يقوم به الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي من خلال المجموعة الاستشارية رفيعة المستوى لمكافحة الإرهاب والتطرف العنيف. وتسمحوا لي أن نختم هذا القمة ونتمنى أن نتوجه الآن إلى الميدان كما تفضل سعادة السفير عمر مختار، وإن شاء الله سيكون لنا لقاءات قريبة، وشكرا للجميع.